In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons, acting individually or in combination with others, in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC senior correspondent Robert McNeil.
Good evening. In the Watergate hearings today, details of how nearly $2 million in cash was parceled out to Watergate conspirator G. Gordon Liddy and others involved in President Nixon's campaign. Today's witness, the former treasurer of the election committee, who resigned in disgust after Watergate, Hugh Sloan Jr., also gave a full account of how people tried to keep him from coming out with the full truth. And the Watergate scandal continued to have consequences at the Nixon White House.
President Nixon moved today to reconstruct that White House staff that was reduced by resignations last month. He announced that Melvin Laird will become head of the Domestic Council and will be counselor to the President. John Ehrlichman's replacement, in other words. Laird met with reporters today and said he returned to public life reluctantly, but he said government in some quarters is almost at a standstill, and this cannot be allowed to continue, end quote. Bob Haldeman's replacement as White House Chief of Staff will be General Alexander Haig. He's come under criticism for remaining in the military while working at the job temporarily up till now. Today, the White House announced Haig will retire from the Army August 1 and will then officially be named counselor to the President. The White House also confirmed reports that Communications Chief Herb Klein is leaving to join Metro Media in Los Angeles. Ron Ziegler remains Presidential Press Secretary and will also be an advisor to the President.
With only a third of the scheduled witnesses now heard from and the big names still to come, it became clear today that more hearings are going to be necessary. The vice chairman of the committee, Republican Senator Howard Baker, disclosed this in an interview with NPAC's Peter Kay.
Are we going to go to 3-day-a-week hearings from now through the end of July?
I don't know. We're going to have them on a 3-day-a-week basis, apparently, and I expect we'll break for the 4th of July recess, but other than that, I know of no plans to break the schedule.
Hugh Sloan Jr., as treasurer of the President's re-election campaign, is the highest ranking functionary yet to testify before the senators and via television before us all. But he was much more than that during his day on the witness stand. There were many hard news aspects of his testimony, but as you will see, one of his overriding themes was his continual desire to tell those above him to get to the bottom of Watergate. He talked to Presidential Appointment Secretary Dwight Chapin, Presidential Advisor John Ehrlichman, Re-election Committee officials Fred LaRue and Jeb Magruder, among others. One of the most interesting of his trips was to the office of former Attorney General John Mitchell. Sloan was asked if he spoke to Mitchell about the Watergate break-in and cash given to G. Gordon Liddy.
I only talked to Mr. Mitchell on one occasion, Senator, and it was a very brief meeting because the FBI was waiting in my office to talk to me. I essentially went in to get some guidance at this point as to really what was going on, and it was on this occasion that he simply told me that when the going gets tough, the tough get going, which wasn't particularly helpful.
How did you interpret that remark?
I really wasn't sure, Senator, but it wasn't very helpful guidance.
You didn't take it as an invitation for you to leave, did you?
Yes, sir, I left right after that.
Now, all of you are going to draw your own conclusions about Hugh Sloan, and that's the beauty of being able to see the hearings in full. A little background on the man himself might be helpful as you watch him in action, though. He's 32 years old, a graduate of Princeton University. He attended the Foreign Service Institute at Georgetown University, briefly, that's here in Washington, and is a Navy veteran. He comes from a business family. His father is vice president of a major paper company. His Republican political activity began in 1966 when he worked for the GOP Senate Campaign Finance Committee, and he worked later in the 1968 presidential campaign and then joined the White House staff for 2.5 years before going with the committee to re-elect the president for the 1972 campaign. His wife, Deborah, whom he met when both worked at the White House, was there today with her husband, and you'll get a glimpse of her from time to time During the evening, she's the young lady in the green dress sitting directly behind her husband. What kind of witness was Hugh Sloan? Well, as I said, that's a conclusion we're all free to draw. Senator Sam Ervin has his opinion, though, and he used some of his down-home quotations to state them. And at the risk of being accused of loading the deck, here's what the gentleman from North Carolina had to say about the witness Sloan.
I think you have strengthened my faith in the old adage that an honest man is the noblest work of God. And I'll also meditate for a moment on the old poetic saying that what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. That's all.
Despite the committee's apparent happiness with his testimony, Sloan will be back on the stand when the hearings resume tomorrow. There's no estimate of how much longer he'll be questioned. But when he finishes, the next witness will be Powell Moore, who was press aide for the committee to re-elect the president, and Herbert Porter, who served as scheduling director of that committee. Neither man has been mentioned significantly in the testimony thus far.
Throughout his testimony today, Sloan referred repeatedly to the federal law which took effect on April the 7th, 1972, the law requiring candidates for federal office to report contributions and spending. Well, the man in charge of administering that law, the Director of Office of Elections in the General Accounting Office, the GAO, is with us tonight. Philip S. Hughes is his name. Mr. Hughes, so our audience can more easily follow Mr. Sloan's testimony, could you tell us what that law is all about, the Federal Election Campaign Act?
I'll try. First of all, the law became effective on April 7th. That's a magic date for us as well as for Mr. Sloan and for campaign committees, because prior to that date, committees operated in effect under the Corrupt Practices Act, which Lyndon Johnson characterized as more loophole than law. But as of April 7th, the new act became effective. The General Accounting Office, the office in which the Office of Federal Elections is housed, got into the campaign finance disclosure business for the first time. And as of that date, campaign contributors and campaign expenditures in any significant amount are required to be disclosed in considerable detail. And it is that date, that April 7th date, around which much of the so-called Watergate controversy swirls.
One of the things that Mr. Sloan mentions, as the audience will see, is the great confusion that existed in a changeover from prior April 7th regulations to new regulations that went into effect on April the 7th. What was the confusion? Was there not a clear guideline laid out for everybody to know what to do?
Well, I think inevitably any change in the law is a source of some confusion. I think the new law, at least on the points that are an issue in the present set of circumstances, was quite clear, and certainly our office was available for consultation, and we had rather extensive consultations with all kinds of political committees, all parties, and so on. But some confusion is inevitable. I think perhaps much of the problem centered around the fact that after 45 years, I guess, under the Corrupt Practices Act, it was very difficult for candidates and committees, at least in some cases, to realize that the new law was being taken seriously by many, including, of course, the General Accounting Office.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. We'll be back to talk to Mr. Hughes at greater length on this whole matter of the new campaign law at the close of tonight's replay.
As we've been doing each night prior to the hearings, we've broken the testimony down into segments, so here is a guide for your evening's viewing. In the first hour, Hugh Sloan details payments of almost $2 million in cash, including some $199,000 to G. Gordon Liddy. When he asked Nixon Finance Chairman Maurice Stans what the money was used for, Stans said, "I don't want to know, and you don't want to know either." In the second hour, Sloan describes how Stans asked him to take $40,000 from his safe to avoid telling investigators about it. Sloan says he assumed Stans took possession of a similar amount of cash. Sloan also says that when he tried to tell John Ehrlichman about secret cash payments, the presidential aide said he didn't want to hear about it. In his third hour on the stand, Sloan offers his suggestions for campaign reform, including a time limit on pre-election activity. Under more questioning, he admits he shredded a book of cash donations he drew up for Stans. In the final hour of today's hearing, Sloan talks about more efforts to keep him silent. He says he was told that Liddy payments were politically sensitive and damaging, and there was a need to minimize the amount. And during a trial in Florida, he relates White House counsel John Dean called his attorney, urging that Sloan plead the Fifth Amendment. All of this will be covered in laborious detail by the committee. That is Sloan, waiting to testify this morning. Young Princeton man. And there is Senator Ervin gaveling the session open.
The committee will come to order. We are somewhat short-handed this morning. Senator Weicker is compelled to attend a graduation of his son. Senator Talmadge is a floor manager of the agricultural bill, which is now the pending business of the Senate. And Senator Honoré is compelled to chair hearings on a subcommittee of the Senate Appropriations Committee. So notwithstanding our investigation, the business of the Senate is compelled to go on, and we hope that these senators will be able to come in sometime today. Counsel will call the first witness. Yes.
Before we call this witness, I think we ought to straighten out this news report that appeared last evening and also this morning about the fact that the committee was going to issue a subpoena to obtain the logs of the president to verify the number of times that Mr. Dean either did or did not see him. I've talked to the chief counsel about this. He tells me that there was no such statement issued by him, and I think that ought to be made clear at this time, because it certainly is a misapprehension, and it indicates as though the committee and the White House are not operating in conjunction with this, or that the White House is not cooperating with this committee. And I wonder if we could have an explanation at this time.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The request was made of me as I left the hearing or during some time during the recess as to whether or not the committee would be seeking the information concerning contacts between the President and Mr. Dean. My statement was that if it's relevant evidence, we certainly would be seeking it, and made no statement that the committee will be issuing a subpoena. A correcting statement to the news releases has been made by me, Senator Gurney, which indicates that all of our requests to the White House for the appearance of a White House witness or for the production of records from the White House has been made through a discussion between me and Mr. Leonard Garment, counsel for the President. Up to this date, we have received complete cooperation concerning such requests. We will continue that policy which is carried in our guidelines, which were approved by this committee, and that is the explanation of the situation.
I thank the Chief Counsel, and I do think that it does clarify the situation.
Now, the next witness is Mr. Hugh Sloan.
Mr. Sloan, will you raise your right hand? You swear that the evidence which you shall give to the Senate Select Committee on presidential campaign activities shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr. Sloan, for the record, would you please give your full name and address?
Hugh W. Sloan Jr., 7022 Alicent, Alicent Court, McLean, Virginia.
Are you accompanied by counsel?
Yes, sir, I am.
Would counsel please identify himself for the record?
Yes, my name is James R. Stoner. I'm an attorney here in Washington, and I'm appearing here today along with my partner, James R. Treese, who is seated directly behind me. The two of us are counsel to Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Sloan, did you have a position with the Committee for the Re-election of the President?
Yes, sir, I did.
Could you tell us when you first joined the Committee for the Re-election of the President?
There are a series of committees here. As far as my participation in the campaign goes, it would go back to March 6 of 1971 and run through until my resignation on July 14th, 1972.
Now, prior to March 6, 1971, when you joined the campaign, how were you employed?
I was employed at the White House on the President's staff.
And what position did you hold there?
I was a staff assistant to the President in the schedule and appointments area.
Now, how did it come about that you joined the campaign, which, as I understand, did that mean the Committee for the Re-election of the President?
At that point in time, it was the Citizens Committee for the Re-election of the President.
How did it come about that you took that position?
Mr. Herbert Kalmbach, President Nixon's personal lawyer at that point in time, called me at the White House one day, indicated to me that he wished to talk to me. Would I come to California, which I did. I spent an evening with he and his wife where we discussed the proposition of the organization of the re-election effort for President Nixon. His specific concern was in the finance area. He was looking for someone who had experience from the 1968 campaign to be the first one in, essentially, to set in motion the personnel, organization, and so forth, the early stages and planning stages of a full-fledged presidential campaign.
Was any other person at the White House involved in your selection or approval of going over?
Yes, sir, that's correct. In my conversations with Mr. Kalmbach, he indicated to me that before I made a final decision, since I was working at the White House, that he wished me to discuss this matter with Bob Haldeman, which I did upon my return from California.
And you had that discussion, and did he approve your going over to work in the campaign?
Yes, sir, he did.
Now, you said you had a number of positions. Could you just very briefly outline the positions you had in the campaign?
Yes, sir. The Citizens for the Re-election of the President was really formed after I went across the street to what has become our headquarters and remained a headquarters building throughout the campaign. This essentially ran from the March period, the formative period, up till probably some point in the summer or early fall. This committee essentially contained both the political and finance function in one committee. At a point in time, as I indicated, in the summer or in the early fall, a decision was made to divide the campaign into two separate committees, one having the political function and one having the finance responsibility along the patterns that we had in the 1968 campaign. I assumed the chairmanship of this committee, which was in existence until February 15, 1972. At that point in time, Secretary Stans left his position as Secretary of Commerce. He wished to restructure the committees and the campaign and to have a fresh start with his coming into it. So we changed the name of the committee at that point. It had been the Finance Committee for the Re-election of President Nixon. It became the Finance Committee for the Re-election of the President. He became the chairman of that committee. I became the treasurer. This committee ran until the effective date of the new campaign law, which was April 7th, 1972. Several days prior to April 7th, probably on the 5th or 6th, was created the Finance Committee to re-elect the President, which was to be the principal committee in operation during the effective period of the new law. Secretary Stans maintained the same position in that committee as chairman, and I remained the same position as treasurer.
All right. Now, as treasurer of the Finance Committee for the re-election of the President, could you just briefly tell us what your duties were?
The duties changed over a period of time. Perhaps I can describe this whole process up till the time I left. As indicated in the early stages, it would be an organizational one, a function of planning, recommending what the requirements would be in dollar amounts for a presidential campaign, the selection and of personnel to participate in the campaign, the attempt to get qualified people who had participated in earlier campaigns to come in, a general organizational function. As we proceeded, this involved the formation of various committees for receipt of campaign contributions. It involved asking people whether they would be willing to serve as chairman, as treasurer of these various committees, which totaled some 450 prior to the effective date of the law. So there was an organizational period here of seeking out people, getting people in place to be ready for a full-fledged campaign. With the advent of the new law, the situation was complicated because I think this is an unprecedented situation in a presidential campaign where you essentially have the ground rules changed in midstream. So at this point there was a tremendous responsibility on my part to provide the organizational manuals, to review the new law, to provide the instruction to the various state committees that we would set up and operate around the country in the post-April 7th period. So there was a great educational function here. The banking function, of course, record keeping, and so forth.
Mr. Sloan, I know that you have submitted a statement to the committee, and before I ask my next question, which goes further into the facts, do you wish to read this brief statement that you have submitted to the committee into the record?
Yes, sir, I'd appreciate that opportunity.
Would you please do so?
By way of introduction, I wish to advise this select committee that I served in the finance area of President Nixon's re-election campaign from March 6, 1971 until my resignation on July 14, 1972. The last position I held in this regard was treasurer of the Finance Committee to re-elect the President. Since the Watergate break-in, I have cooperated with all investigating authorities, including the staff of this committee, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the federal prosecutors in Washington and in New York, and the Office of Federal Elections within the General Accounting Office. I have testified before grand juries in Washington and in New York, and testified at the trial of persons indicted in Washington, D.C., and have also testified in a related trial in Miami, Florida. In addition, I have given extensive depositions in 3 separate civil cases relating to the 1972 presidential election campaign and the matters which have become known as the Watergate affair. I stand ready to continue this cooperation and to answer all of your questions to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan, and I can say for the staff of this committee that you have indeed met regularly with our staff and have cooperated with us in preparing us for your testimony today. Now, during the period of time that you served as treasurer for the committee to re-elect the president, did you handle cash contributions?
Yes, sir. I would have handled all the contributions of the campaign, securities, checks, and currency. Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to cash contributions, could you give us a general idea as to the total amount that you handled and over what period this took place?
Yes, sir. I would say in terms of the total campaign effort up to the April 7th period, the receipts in behalf of the President's reelection in total amounted to approximately $20 million. Of that figure, my best recollection would be that $1,700,000 or $1,800,000 came in the form of currency.
Now, am I correct that some of the cash that was received was deposited contemporaneously with the receipt of the cash?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Could you give us an estimate as to about how much that would amount to?
I would not say directly contemporaneously, but as over a period of time certain funds were deposited, this would total approximately $400,000.
All right. Now, as to the balance, approximately the balance, having deposited $400,000 of the cash, where was the rest of the cash kept?
Over the entire period from March forward, at various times it was kept in different places. At the outset, we used safe deposit boxes at the bank in which our headquarters were located, First National Bank of Washington. At a later period, we obtained a safe, and subsequent to that, a second safe within the confines of the Finance Committee. At that point in time, the cash funds were moved into one or the other of these safes, and at a subsequent period in time, they were just shifted between them.
Could you tell us where these safes were located actually in the Committee for the Re-election offices?
Yes, sir. One safe was physically in my office. The other safe was kept in the office of Arden Chambers, the secretary to Mr. Stans.
Now, going back to the balance of the cash, which was not deposited, Could you give us, and I refer you to a chart which has just been placed up on the easel to my left, could you give us an accounting of the individuals who received cash disbursements, and as you do that, could, to the best of your knowledge, tell the committee what was the basis of that cash disbursement? Why was the money given, if you know?
Yes, sir. Would you like me to take it in the order you have it on the chart there?
Yes, I think it would be an easy way to do that.
In the case of Mr. Kalmbach, he received cash...
Speaking of Mr. Kalmbach, you're speaking of Mr. Herbert Kalmbach?
Yes, sir, that's correct. In the case of Mr. Kalmbach, he, in the period of March 71 up until Secretary Stans came into the campaign, was essentially my senior, from whom I took instructions. He was the principal fundraiser for the President's re-election campaign during that period. He, over this period from March until April 7th, received, to the best of my recollection, approximately $250,000 in cash. I would qualify that by saying that in raising the funds, there were occasions, and I cannot give you what proportion amount, where he would raise the funds, not turn them into me, but give me the name of the donor. So in terms of my own internal bookkeeping, I would report a receipt from that individual and a disbursement to Mr. Kalmbach. So the entire $250,000 figure, that amount of money did not physically go through my hands.
Now, do you know of your own knowledge why Mr. Kalmbach received, either by holding on to receipts of his own or by actual disbursement by you, this amount of $250,000?
No, sir, I have no knowledge.
Did you receive any receipt from Mr. Kalmbach concerning any money that was received by him from you?
No, sir. Not only in the case of cash, but in this entire pre-April 7th period, receipts just were not used in the campaign period.
All right, then, will you go to the next person listed?
Mr. Gordon Strawn, who was the political liaison between Mr. Haldeman at the White House and the campaign committee. This $350,000, Mr. Kalmbach, on a day just prior to April 7th, and I'm not sure of the precise date, but my best recollection would be within 10 days prior to the effective date of the new law, came to me and indicated that he had had a request from the White House for $350,000 in cash. Would I get that together for him? In the conversation, he indicated that he talked to Bob Haldeman. At some point in the same day, Mr. Strawn was present in the committee. Mr. Kalmbach indicated to me that Mr. Strawn would arrange to have this picked up. I had put the money in a briefcase, and I do not believe I was there when the money was physically picked up, so I cannot confirm that Mr. Strawn, in fact, personally picked this up. But I either turned it over to Mr. Kalmbach or to my secretary. I would believe I was going out to lunch and was not there when this was picked up.
Now, with regard to that $350,000 and any other cash, could you tell us what denominations generally the cash was in?
I would say generally the cash was in $100 bills, although at times there were 50s, 20s, 10s. At one point, I think we even had some $1,000 bills.
Now, with regard to Mr. Porter.
I might add one further remark about the $350,000. To the best of my recollection, after having the authority from Mr. Kalmbach to do this, there was a meeting in Secretary Stans' office at which he was present and I was present. I do not believe this was the subject of the meeting. I think it was a very brief reference. My recollection is that Mr. Kalmbach indicated to Mr. Stans that he had had this request for $350,000, that he'd asked me to get it together, and my best recollection is that Mr. Stans said fine.
Now, did you know, or do you, of your own knowledge, the purpose or reason for the $350,000 being sent to the White House?
No, sir, I did not.
Would you go to the next person, please?
Mr. Herbert Porter, who was a member of the staff of the Committee for the Re-election of the President. He was in charge of scheduling surrogates, speakers for the President. in place of the president. This $100,000 covered a period probably of starting in either December of 1971 or January of 72. He had a blanket authority to draw cash funds from Mr. Magruder. He would come to me and indicate on various occasions, I need $10,000, would you have it ready for me? This $100,000 is not a single disbursement. The increments of disbursement or distribution would probably be in the range of $10,000, $15,000 over a period of time running up to April 7th and beyond. To the best of my recollection, I turned over approximately $6,000 to Mr. Porter following the April 7th date under my understanding that these were committed funds. In that case, Mr. Porter, I understand from his testimony to the General Accounting Office, puts the figure higher at $11,000. As I say, this is from memory. I would not dispute his recollection. And I believe he also recollects the total figure to be somewhat less. I had instructions, and I forget who from, possibly Mr. Magruder, that Mr. Porter would receive no further funds after April 7th. When Mr. Porter came to me with that request, I went to Mr. Stans. I asked him, I indicated to him that my clear understanding was that Mr. Porter would no longer receive any cash funds. He indicated to me at that time that that was his understanding as well, that he would take the matter up with Mr. Mitchell and let me know. On his return, he indicated to me that I should continue making payments on request from Mr. Porter.
Now, I think you've indicated that Mr. Porter had a blanket authority from Mr. Magruder, and that later you checked, or it was checked, with Mr. Mitchell. Generally, who had the authority to approve your making cash payments to anybody?
In the earliest period, it would have been Mr. Kalmbach alone. He did not physically spend much time in Washington, D.C. He'd be in and out every week or two. He would visit with Mr. Mitchell. At some point in time, fairly early, he indicated to me that, and I believe initially it was with regard to all funds, that I was not to disperse any money without Mr. Mitchell's approval.
And this was what period are you now talking about?
This would be prior to Mr. Mitchell leaving the Justice Department. Would have been in probably the summer of '71.
And did you check with Mr. Mitchell to get his approval in making cash payments?
What happened in this regard was essentially that I don't believe any cash payments came up before the authority issue was resolved. What had been done prior to my assuming the disbursement side of the campaign, going back to the Citizens Committee, when we first moved into the campaign, before there was a division of the finance and political arms of the campaign, Mr. Harry Fleming was handling the disbursement side, and I was handling the receipt side. During that period of time, he had established a procedure with Mr. Mitchell of sending down a monthly budget in writing. I inherited that procedure from him, and with regard to the operating expenses of the committee, each month I would send down to the Justice Department a memorandum outlining the projected expenses of the campaign at that point for the following month. Generally, his secretary would call back and say, fine, so that anything that fell within that budget would be approved in that kind of authority. Any extraordinary item, I would have to call him or call his secretary and ask him.
When you say call him, you mean Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
And his secretary, who would that be?
Miss Lee Jablonski. What was happening was Mr. Magruder was meeting with Mr. Mitchell regularly at the Justice Department with regard to planning for the political side of the campaign. During those meetings, he evidently was discussing financial matters, expenditures, and so forth, and getting clearance from Mr. Mitchell to go ahead and make those expenses. following the strict instructions I had from Mr. Kalmbach, when Mr. Magruder came back to me and said, this has been approved, I would turn around and call back down to the Justice Department. I understand from Lee Jablonski at that point in time that Mr. Mitchell was getting irritated about being double-teamed on the same issue and issued instructions for Mr. Magruder and I to work out the clearance authority for expenditures. This was resolved in terms of Mr. Magruder saying to me that any time I ask you for money, you can count on the fact that this has Mr. Mitchell's clearance. Conversely, he indicated to me that anything I said with regard to the Finance Committee, he would assume that I had Mr. Stantz's permission. Although Mr. Stantz has not come into the campaign at that point, it was known that he would be assuming the finance chairmanship.
All right, now, with regard to that $100,000 approximately that Mr. Porter received, do you know, of your own knowledge, why he received that money?
No, sir, I do not.
Now, with regard to Mr. Liddy,
Mr. Liddy's situation is very similar to the Porter situation.
now, when we're talking about Mr. Liddy, who is Mr. Liddy?
Excuse me. Mr. Gordon Liddy, it was at that point in time, the period of time he began receiving cash payments, was general counsel to the political committee, the committee for the re-election of the president. At a subsequent date, he became general counsel for the finance committee for the re-election of the president.
And I think the chart shows a total amount of $199,000. Is that correct to your recollection?
To the best of my recollection, yes, sir.
Could you very briefly indicate how that money was paid to him and under what circumstances?
It was a similar type arrangement as Mr. Porter's. He had blanket authority from Mr. Magruder to come to me and give me a figure of how much cash he would need. He generally, up to the time he came to the Finance Committee, these would be generally in the same kind of increments as Mr. Porter received, generally $10,000 or $15,000 at a time. There came a time, to the best of my recollection, very close to the April 7th date, and I'm not positive whether this would be before or after. My best recollection would be that it was before. He came to me with a budget of $250,000. He did not release that from his hand. He merely showed me the figure. He said, I will be coming to you for substantial cash payments, the first item of which will be $83,000, and I would like to pick that up in a day or two. He said, in the case of these additional expenditures beyond, or distributions beyond what I'd given him previously, he indicated that the procedure had changed, that I was to clear each and every distribution from that point on with Mr. Magruder. I called Mr. Magruder with regard to this $250,000 budget. He indicated to me that what Mr. Liddy had told me was correct, that I was to go ahead and pay the $83,000 on request, but that subsequent distributions were to be personally cleared with him by telephone prior to their being made, and he wanted at that time to review both the timing and the amount. Confronted with this, I, at that point in time, took up with Secretary Stantz. I went to see him. I indicated to him that it was a situation where we had a budget running into the post-April 7th period out of pre-April 7th cash funds. I said in my judgment, because I'd been sitting on top of the total figures, that it seemed to me that the cash distributions were becoming massive, and that this particular distribution of $83,000 was totally out of line with anything we'd done before. At that point in time, I requested that he reconfirm to me Mr. Magruder's authority to make these kind of decisions, and he indicated to me that he would take the matter up with Mr. Mitchell. He returned from that meeting with Mr. Mitchell, and he confirmed that Mr. Magruder continued to have this authority, that I should pay these funds, and with regard to my question and concern about purpose, he said, I do not want to know, and you don't want to know.
Now, you have referred in your testimony, Mr. Sloan to a pre-April 7 period and a post-April 7 period, so that we fully understand what you mean by that. This did refer to a new law, election law,
yes, sir,
that took effect as of April 7th. Could you
yes,
just
sir.
very briefly indicate what was the significance of pre-April 7th funding and post-April 7th funding?
Well, in the pre-April 7th period, as I understand from certainly the 1968 election and precedent, the interpretation had been put on the Corrupt Practices Act that pre-nomination fundraising activities of presidential candidates were not required to be reported. This made a tremendous difference in terms of administrative overhead, how many people you had to keep track of it, no requirement to have receipts. From an internal standpoint, it's obviously a much easier thing to deal with. There was no disclosure. The post-April 7th campaign election law is very stringent, has massive accounting requirements, principally in the disclosure area. It also puts restrictions on media advertising and so forth. But what it essentially meant to us as a campaign was that in the middle of a campaign, we had to essentially restructure, close down 450 committees, and set up a whole new structure under a whole new set of ground rules.
Now, do you know, to your own knowledge, what Mr. Liddy was doing, or was what right he had to receive that $199,000 which you dispersed to him?
No, sir. I only knew that he had the authority to receive it.
That he had authority, and as you indicated in your testimony, that Mr. Stans confirmed that and said that you don't want to know and he doesn't want to know. Did that raise any question in your mind when he said that to you?
Yes, sir, but I think, in all fairness, to put it in the context of the time, at that point in time, I would have interpreted that kind of a remark, because of continuing problems between the Political and Finance Committee, was that he was unhappy and essentially had thrown up his hands about the loss of control over the funding. Traditionally, the role has been that the finance people raise it and the political people spend it. However, there is a responsibility of the finance campaign to set realistic limits of what we imagine can be raised, and to provide the mechanism to monitor the expenditures of a campaign, so that the expenditures will be properly paced and you will have the wherewithal in the home stretch when you need it. I had the impression that with regard to the cash funding situation, that this was just a runaway situation that he'd lost the argument on.
And while Mr. Liddy was working as in counsel at the Finance Committee, did he have any responsibilities with the regular committee to re-elect the president?
Yes, sir. When Mr. Liddy came to the Finance Committee, it was clearly understood, it was made known to me and to Secretary Stans, that he would be able to devote about 95 to 98% of his time to legal work for the Finance Committee. However, it was indicated to us that he would have continuing responsibilities with regard to the Political Committee, which would take up a relatively small percentage of his time on special projects. It was not identified beyond that.
All right, now on the chart, which by the way is, for our exhibits, is chart number 10 and exhibit number 20, for the record. The next item on the chart is Mr. Magruder. Is that Jeb Magruder, who was your superior?
He was deputy campaign director on the political side of the campaign. I don't know how it would. The structures were sort of parallel.
Now the figure indicates $20,000 cash disbursement to him. Is that a correct figure?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us briefly the circumstances of that payment to Mr. Magruder?
That was on, to the best of my knowledge, on his direct request to me. It would have been sometime probably in early 1972. I don't mean by early January, probably March, February, March, somewhere in that period. He did not indicate to me the purpose for which he made that request.
Now, the next name on the chart is Sandy Lankler, and the amount of $50,000. Who is Sandy Lankler?
I believe at the time we're talking about, which would be during the early part of the campaign, and I cannot pin a date on this in terms of the actual disbursement, but he was, at the time he came in to receive this money from Secretary Stans, he was, the best of my recollection, was the political chairman of the Republican Party in Maryland.
And did he receive $50,000 in cash?
Yes, sir.
And do you know, to your knowledge, what the purpose of that disbursement was for?
I have sort of a peripheral knowledge from being there at the time it was turned over. My understanding was that this situation arose out of the fact during the pre-April 7th period, we had asked everything to, all funds received in the states to be turned into the national committees. Evidently, in the case of Maryland, an arrangement was made, presumably between Secretary Stans and whoever the other principals were, that they were going to have a dinner for, I believe, Vice President Agnew at a later date, which they knew about, and that, yes, they would be willing to turn all the money in at this point, but that they would expect a loan back as seed money for this dinner, and that money would come back to us again in terms of receipts of the dinner.
All right, now, who is Mr. Hitt, who was the next person listed on the chart?
Mr. Bob Hitt, this would be in 1971, was the administrative assistant to Rogers Morton at the Department of Interior.
And the chart indicates that he received a cash disbursement from you of $25,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
To your knowledge, you know what that disbursement was for?
I am not positive that I knew precisely at the time I gave it to him, but certainly in the period of attempts to get it back, it was clearly indicated that those funds had been requested for the purpose of aiding in the special election for the congressional seat vacated by Rogers Morton when he assumed the Secretaryship of Interior.
All right, now just briefly, would you just go down the rest of the names on the list and give just a brief statement to your knowledge of what, if you do know, the amount was for?
Mr. Len Nossinger at that time was probably the executive director of the California Committee for the Re-election of the President. I'm not positive that was in cash, but it's likely that it was. I had no knowledge at the time of the purpose. This would be purely hearsay. I've heard rumors since then from people in the campaign that this was used for some purpose with regard to the Wallace primary. Mr. Stone, I assume, is Mr. Clement Stone. That request really was from Mr. Bob Athey, who is his political assistant. As I understand the circumstances there, Mr. Stone had made a very large contribution to the President's campaign in the pre-April 7th period. Evidently, he had indicated in the period of time where the arrangements for this were made, which I was not present, that he intended in making his total contribution to the national level, that this would be his complete contribution for all political activities in the 1972 election year. So what this amounted to was a request from Mr. Athey for a return of a certain portion of his contribution to be used, I believe, in Illinois for a bipartisan vote fraud committee. He had evidently made a commitment of $15,000 to that committee.
Could have been a check or cash.
That, in that case, I'm not sure, as well as in the case of Mr. Nossinger, whether that was a check or cash. Mr. Robert Dole, at that point in time, was the chairman of the Republican National Committee. I do not recall how this request was made. I remember within the committee it was disputed. The funds, as I understood them, were to pay for a trip of his to Vietnam. Internally within the staff, we could not understand why we would be paying Mr. Dole's trip.
Now, I think the other were miscellaneous amounts, and I think for the purpose of this time of the committee, we don't need a full explanation of those, but would you provide the committee and I think you have the staff the specific accounting, if you have it, of the other. Now, what I'd like to do, Mr. Sloan, is that move ahead to the period of the June 17, 1972, which was the date of the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters. Where were you at that time, Mr. Sloan?
At the time of the break-in?
Yes.
I believe the break-in itself was in the very early hours of the morning. On the date that the news of the break-in came out, which was that the 17th, I was at my office in the campaign committee.
Now, did anything occur on that date with regard to Mr. Liddy and you?
Yes, sir.
Would you please tell the committee what, if anything, happened?
I'm not sure precisely of the timing of this, but I believe it was as I came into the committee that morning, which would have been probably 9:30, 9:45, somewhere in that range. I believe I ran into Mr. Liddy outside of his office. I stopped him, whether merely to say good morning or whether I had a specific question of him. I really can't recall. He was obviously in a hurry. He was essentially heading down the hall. And at that point in time, he made the statement to me, to the best of my recollection, that my boys got caught last night. I made a mistake. I used somebody from here, which I told them I would never do. I'm afraid I'm going to lose my job.
Now, did that statement mean anything to you at that time, Mr. Sloan?
Not right then. It was an odd statement to make, obviously, but I had no knowledge at that point in time of the break-in itself. It had no real relevance. I assumed he was talking about, as people do in campaigns all the time when they make mistakes, that they're going to lose their job.
Well, did there come a time that day when you did give some significance to that statement?
Yes, sir.
And when was that, and what significance did you give to it?
It would have been at the time that I received knowledge of the break-in, the fact that I believe it was indicated at that point that Mr. McCord was involved. It would have been at some point after that meeting with Mr. Liddy.
Now, on or about June 21st or 22nd, did you have a conversation with Mr. Magruder?
Yes, sir.
And could you briefly tell the committee what that conversation was about?
I forget all the circumstances surrounding it. I'm not positive of the dates, but I think, to the best of my recollection, this would be the general time frame, time period. I forget. I believe he called me to his office. He indicated to me that we're going to have to, or suggested to me a figure of what I had given to Mr. Liddy in the range of somewhere $75,000 to $80,000. I do not believe at that point in time I had prepared a summary of the figures, so I did not know the precise amount of money that I'd given to Mr. Liddy at that point. However, I did know that the sum was considerably larger than that because Mr. Magruder himself had authorized a payment for $83,000 in one single installment. I must have indicated to him that, well, that just isn't the right figure. I don't have the right figure, but that's too low. He indicated to me at that time that, well, I said to him he must have been insistent, because I remember making to him on that occasion the statement, I have no intention of perjuring myself.
And what did he say to you when you said that?
He said, you may have to.
Now, did you have shortly afterwards, either on that day or any day following, a conversation with Mr. Fred LaRue?
Yes, sir.
And who was Fred LaRue at that time?
He was a special assistant to Mr. Mitchell, who was a campaign director at that time.
And could you just briefly give us the content of that conversation?
I believe by this point in time there was a general awareness within the campaign that an internal investigation was going on, and that Mr. LaRue was conducting it on behalf of Mr. Mitchell. At that meeting we discussed, I believe, in general terms, and again, if my recollection of the timing is right, I would not have the right Liddy figure. We were just generally discussing figures, cash, problems, and he specifically mentioned at that occasion, he asked me whether I'd received a $50,000 contribution from Mr. Porter. And I said I had, and he said, and this would be after April 7th. He said, what have you done with it? I said, I've done nothing because I don't even know who it's from, and I'm waiting for Mr. Porter to give me that information. He called in Mr. Porter, and this was in the context of there is going to be an external investigation. Are there any remaining problems, things that could be embarrassing? And I was recounting to him there were certain funds that we did not have the information on, that we had done nothing with at that point. He called Mr. Porter in and asked him about it. Mr. Porter indicated he didn't know, that it had come through an attorney in Washington, that the donor didn't want to be known, that it was an anonymous contribution. I believe at about that point, whether Mr. Porter was still there or not, I'm not sure, I had a call from my own office from Jane Dannenauer, my secretary, which indicated there were 2 agents from the FBI in my office who would appreciate the pleasure of seeing me at that point. Mr. LaRue indicated that I don't think he should go down there without seeing John Mitchell first. And he said, wait here, and he went down the hall to Mr. Mitchell's office. Came back and got me, and I believe Mr. Martin was in the room as well. I think...
you say Mr. Martin was in the room with whom?
With Mr. Mitchell, that I entered with Mr. LaRue in Mr. Mitchell's office.
Did you have a discussion with Mr. Mitchell at that time?
Yes, sir.
What was that discussion?
I was essentially asking him for guidance. The campaign literally at this point was falling apart before your eyes. Nobody was coming up with any answers as to what was really going on. I had some very strong concerns about where all this money had gone. I essentially asked him for guidance, at which point he told me, well, when the going gets tough, the tough get going.
Did he say anything else to you?
Quite frankly, Mr. Dash, that is the one thing that really sticks in my mind. I think I left at that point.
Yeah. And did you understand what he meant by that? Or?
I'm not sure I did, but I understood that I wasn't getting any particularly helpful guidance at that point.
Now, you did go down and you were interviewed at that time by FBI agents.
Yes, sir.
And after you were interviewed by the FBI agents, did you again see Mr. LaRue that day?
With regard to that interview, the FBI's concern at that point in time was merely with the question of the identity of Mr. Alfred Baldwin. And none of the questions which were bothering me at that point in time came up in the interview. I believe Mr. LaRue came down to my office following that interview essentially to find out what I'd said and what matters came up. At that point, he indicated to me that, and I do not have the precise words, this is sort of the sense of the meeting as it came across to me, and it was a very brief reference. He said something to the effect that the Liddy money is a problem. It's very politically sensitive. We can just not come out with a high figure. We're going to have to come out with a different figure. And I said, as I recall, I said, Fred, if there's a problem, I can't see that it makes any difference whether it's $200 or $200,000. At which point he dropped the conversation.
Well, now, Mr. Sloan, apparently you were becoming concerned, and as a result of that concern, and I take it that concern involved your own involvement in this matter.
Yes, sir.
What did you do about it thereafter?
I believe some of these events I'm describing today, a moment ago, if the Magruder-Mitchell FBI meetings probably happened on that Thursday, the 22nd, because there was a party that evening on a boat in the Potomac for Colonel Vern Coffey, who had been the Army aide to the President. And I remember my wife picking me up that day, and I assume it was probably the Magruder comment to me, which by that point in the day had me, to put it mildly, rather agitated the more I thought about it. I went to this cocktail party on this boat. I guess my mood would be essentially anger. I sought out at that party a number of people. I talked to Ken Cole, Mr. Ehrlichman's assistant on the Domestic Council, Mr. Chapin, the President's appointment secretary, and Mr. Pat Buchanan, who is a speechwriter for the President. I really do not remember the depth with which I expressed the concern of the problem, but I believe I was generally expressing a concern that there is something very wrong at the campaign committee.
As a result of that concern, did you in fact have any meetings with Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Chapin
Yes, sir. Mr. Cole indicated to me that night that I was expressing to him and to Mr. Chapin that I felt that John Ehrlichman and Bob Haldeman should be aware that there was a problem. I do not, in the case of Mr. Chapin, I do not know whether I specifically requested a meeting with Bob Haldeman. I indicated to him that Bob should have this knowledge, and he asked me to come see him the next day at noon. Ken Cole the next day called me at some point, and I don't know whether he called me himself or someone in his office, that John Ehrlichman would like to see me at 2 o'clock that afternoon. I went to the Chapin meeting. There's been a year here. I do not precisely know what degree of knowledge or what conclusions I'd come to at this point. But I believe probably the tone of the conversation was that there is a tremendous problem there. Something has to be done. Mr. Chapin evaluated my condition at that point as being somewhat overwrought and suggested a vacation, which in fact I was planning to leave on the next week, which had been planned for a long time, and suggested that the important thing is that the president be protected. In the Ehrlichman meeting...
when did that occur?
That happened around, I believe it was a 12 o'clock meeting on the 23rd. The Ehrlichman meeting, which would be the Friday. The Ehrlichman meeting at 2, I started into generally the same discussion of problems, and
By the way, Mr. Sloan, when you say problems, did that include any statements by you of cash disbursements that have been made to Mr. Liddy?
I don't believe I, at that point in time, was pointing fingers. I don't believe I mentioned the Magruder remark. I don't believe I mentioned the money to Liddy or Liddy's remark. I was just saying somebody external to the campaign has to look into this, because the concern had arisen in my mind at that point of the possibility of the entire campaign organization being involved, and therefore it couldn't investigate itself.
But what was Mr. Ehrlichman's response?
His response, I believe he interpreted my concerns, and I'd expressed to him my personal concerns with regard to the money. I believe he interpreted my being there as personal fear, and he indicated to me that I had a special relationship with the White House. If I needed help getting a lawyer, he'd be glad to do that. But don't tell me any of the details. That is, I don't want to know. My position would have to be until after the election that I would have to take executive privilege.
Now, Mr. Sloan, on that same day, on June 23rd, did you make a final report to Mr. Stans concerning your cash disbursements? And at about that time, did you discuss with Mr. Stans what should be done about the balance of the cash that remained in the safe?
Yes, sir.
Would you please give the committee a brief report on that?
Since April 7th, Secretary Stans had been pressuring very hard on myself for the preparation of records in the final form that he wanted them as a permanent record of the pre-April 7th period. This is a very mammoth task with regard to all the contributions and so forth that have been received at that point. The problem with producing a cash summary, the summary of all the cash funds that have been handled, of pre-April 7th funds, was that when I had submitted him an earlier interim report close after April 7th, he wanted to be sure that I went back to every individual on that list and verified with them personally that they acknowledged the amount of money on that list as having been received by themselves, so that there would never be an internal conflict or possibility of somebody saying somebody absconded with some funds. So this took a considerable period of time, and the reason for the delay till this late date with regard to this process was that Mr. Herbert Kalmbach, I believe, had been traveling in Europe during this period, and this was the first occasion I'd had to sit down with him since his return and since he was able to come to Washington to review the figures on that list.
meetings with Mr. Ehrlichman and Mr. Chapin?
Yes, sir. Mr. Cole indicated to me that night that I was expressing to him and to Mr. Chapin that I felt that John Ehrlichman and Bob Haldeman should be aware that there was a problem. I do not, in the case of Mr. Chapin, I do not know whether I specifically requested a meeting with Bob Haldeman. I indicated to him that Bob should have this knowledge, and he asked me to come see him the next day at noon. Ken Cole the next day called me at some point, and I don't know whether he called me himself or someone in his office that John Ehrlichman would like to see me at 2 o'clock that afternoon. I went to the Chapin meeting. There's been a year here. I do not precisely know what degree of knowledge or what conclusions I'd come to at this point. But I believe probably the tone of the conversation was that there is a tremendous problem there. Something has to be done. Mr. Chapin evaluated my condition at that point as being somewhat overwrought and suggested a vacation, which in fact I was planning to leave on the next week, which had been planned for a long time, and suggested that the important thing is that the president be protected. In the Ehrlichman meeting...
when did that occur?
That happened around, I believe it was a 12 o'clock meeting on the 23rd. The Ehrlichman meeting, which would be the Friday. The Ehrlichman meeting at 2, I started into generally the same discussion of problems and...
By the way, Mr. Sloan, when you say problems, did that include any statements by you of cash disbursements that had been made to Mr. Liddy?
I don't believe I, at that point in time, was pointing fingers. I don't believe I mentioned the Magruder remark. I don't believe I mentioned the money to Liddy or Liddy's remark. I was just saying somebody external to the campaign has to look into this because the concern had arisen in my mind at that point of the possibility of the entire campaign organization being involved, and therefore it couldn't investigate itself.
But what was Mr. Ehrlichman's response?
His response, I believe he interpreted my concerns, and I'd expressed to him my personal concerns with regard to the money. I believe he interpreted my being there as personal fear, and he indicated to me that I had a special relationship with the White House. If I needed help getting a lawyer, he'd be glad to do that. But don't tell me any of the details. That is, I don't want to know. My position would have to be until after the election that I would have to take executive privilege.
Now, Mr. Sloan, on that same day, on June 23rd, did you make a final report to Mr. Stans concerning your cash disbursements? And at about that time, did you discuss with Mr. Stans what should be done about the balance of the cash that remained in the safe?
Yes, sir.
Could you please give the committee a brief report on that?
Since April 7th, Secretary Stans had been pressuring very hard on myself for the preparation of records in the final form that he wanted them as a permanent record of the pre-April 7th period. This is a very mammoth task with regard to all the contributions and so forth that have been received at that point. The problem with producing a cash summary, the summary of all the cash funds that have been handled, of pre-April 7th funds, was that when I had submitted him an earlier interim report close after April 7th, he wanted to be sure that I went back to every individual on that list and verified with them personally that they acknowledged the amount of money on that list as having been received by themselves, so that there would never be an internal conflict or possibility of somebody saying somebody absconded with some funds. So this took a considerable period of time, and the reason for the delay till this late date with regard to this process was that Mr. Herbert Kalmbach, I believe, had been traveling in Europe during this period, and this was the first occasion I'd had to sit down with him since his return and since he was able to come to Washington to review the figures on that list of the receipts he had had from me.
Well, but you did on that day give this final report to Mr. Stans.
Yes, sir, I did.
And did it show a cash balance still in the safe at the office?
cannot recollect the final form of this. The problem with the cash balance is that it included $18,000, which presumably were the balance left over out of the Liddy commitment, and there was another $63,000. The 50 I mentioned before of funds that had come in, been received by people on the political side of the campaign who had accepted the contributions on the basis that they would remain anonymous. We did not have the information. We couldn't accept them that way. We'd have to know, for instance, in a $10,000 contribution, what 4 committees that was to go to. And so these were pending problems, whether to go back to the individuals, whether they wanted their money back, or whether they were willing to be disclosed and give us the information we needed.
Well, but do you know approximately how much money was left in the safe at that time?
Approximately $81,000.
All right. Now, did Mr. Stans make any statement to you concerning that $81,000?
Yes, sir, he did.
Would you tell us what he said?
He indicated that he was aware I was leaving on a vacation with my wife to Bermuda on Sunday. He indicated to me that he feared a General Accounting Office audit, that these were pre-April 7th funds, that was none of their business. He thought this might occur when I was in Bermuda, and suggested that he asked me whether I had a safe at home that I could put the funds in. I said, no, I did not. I had no secure place. He said, well, in that case, you'd better take half and I'd better take half. So I took half, approximately $40,000 home with me that day.
What did you do with that $40,000?
I put it in the trunk.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. Stans also take $40,000 with him?
I had understood that he took $40,000. He has since told me that he never took it out of the office.
Now, on that same day, did you receive a telephone call from Mr. Mardian?
That would be the next day, I believe, the 24th of Saturday.
On Saturday the 24th, did you receive a call from Mr. Mardian?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us what Mr. Mardian said to you on the telephone?
I was at home. I had not planned to go in that day. It was a Saturday. He called me and asked if I would come in to see him, and I believe it was around 11 o'clock. I had trouble finding him. I believe I went down and found there was a meeting going on in John Mitchell's office. I talked to Mr. Mitchell's secretary, I believe it was Lee Jablonski at that time, asked her whether Mr. Mardian was there. She went in and got him. Mr. Mardian and I went back to Mr. Mardian's office. He asked me, he said, we really have to get into this money thing now. And he said, where did all the money go? And at that point in time, I had just prepared the permanent record for Mr. Stans, so I had a very good fix in my own mind as to what the magnitude of the distributions were. I do not know whether we went through the entire list. The focus was very much in the Liddy Porter area. When he got to Mr. Liddy, he blew up, was staggered by the amount, and he said that goddamn Magruder just lied to John Mitchell. He told him it was only $40,000. We continued on beyond that point, covered the ground, the information he requested from me. I indicated to him, asked him whether I, under these circumstances, with known investigations underway, whether I should proceed with my plans to take a vacation. I promised my wife, who was pregnant at that point and had been long-standing. He said, well, I don't know. He said, why don't you go home and pack as if you were prepared to go, and I'll give you a call tonight. He gave me a call later that evening, probably around 6 o'clock, and said, why don't you go ahead.
All right, now you did go to Bermuda.
Yes, sir.
Was that on June 25th?
Yes, sir.
And when did you return?
It'd be on July 3rd.
Now, on about July 4th, did it come a time that you did do something with the $40,000 which you had taken home with you?
Yes, sir. I was at home and had a call from Mr. Fred LaRue, who indicated to me that he was aware that I had this cash in my possession, and would I bring it into him, which I did, and returned home.
And did you learn from Mr. Stans whether he did likewise?
Yes, sir. I believe, I'm not sure what his travel schedule was, but I believe at the first opportunity, probably the next day, I indicated to Mr. Stans that I'd had this call. I assumed he must have talked to Mr. Stans to know that I'd had it. Was this, in fact, what Mr. Stans wanted me to do with it? And he said, yes, that's precisely right. That's what I did with mine as well.
On the next day, July 5th, did Mr. Magruder get in touch with you again?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell us briefly what he wanted to talk to you about and the circumstances of that conversation?
If I can go back for a minute to the earlier Mardian meeting before I went to Bermuda, it's pertinent to this particular item. I had, on that occasion, had indicated to Mr. Mardian that Mr. Magruder had made this suggestion to me that it might be necessary to perjure myself, and I'd indicated to Mr. Mardian at that point in time. I understood Mr. Mardian essentially to have taken over the investigation from Mr. LaRue at that point. I said, I just do not want to have any further dealings with Mr. Magruder if things are going to be done that way. And by way of background, during the period of time I was in Bermuda, Mr. Mitchell's resignation was announced. Mr. Liddy's resignation had been announced. My reaction to that announcement, particularly Mr. Mitchell's, was that, well, somebody was taking action. We're probably cleaning out the committee and starting over as should be done. I had a call from Mr. Magruder during the day on the 5th of July. He said he wanted to get together with me. Would I like to do it then, or would I like to have a drink with him after work? It was a very busy day since I'd just gotten back, and I said, well, let's do it after work. We went to the Black Horse Tavern, I believe. He had dinner. I just had a cocktail because I was expected home. And at that point, he suggested, he said, you know, we have to resolve this Liddy matter. And he said, what we should do is you and I should go down and see the U.S. Attorney, Mr. Harold Titus. And he said, I will tell Mr. Titus that I authorized the payments to Mr. Liddy, and you merely have to confirm the fact that you did make those distributions under my instructions. Then he said, but we have to agree on a figure. This time the figure was even less than the time before. It was $40,000 or $45,000. No resolution was made on that occasion.
What did you say to him?
I was a little flabbergasted, I guess, and I just told him I'd think about it and let him know the next morning.
Did you meet with him next morning?
Yes, sir.
And what happened at that time?
I told Mr. Magruder when I saw him in his office, I said, I believe I said I have absolutely no objection to going down and see the U.S. Attorney. However, if I'm asked point blank, did Mr. Liddy ever receive $45,000, of course I'd say yes. But I said I will not stop there. If I'm asked, was it more than that, I would also say yes. And if he asks what the total figure is, I would tell him to the best of my knowledge.
Did Mr. Magruder say anything when you told him that?
He just sort of said, fine, and dropped the subject. He never suggested going down to Mr. Titus again.
Did Mr. LaRue meet with you shortly after that?
Yes, sir. I believe it was practically on the way out of Mr. Magruder's office. He took me by the arm and pulled me into an adjoining conference room, and he said, did you and Chev get together? And I said, well, we had a discussion last night and one just now. And he said, did you decide on a figure? And I told Mr. LaRue precisely what I told Mr. Magruder, and he dropped the subject.
Now, on the next day, on July 6th, did you have a meeting with Mr. Parkinson and Mr. O'Brien, who were the attorneys for the Committee for the Re-election of the President?
Yes, this would be the same, the evening of the day of the Magruder-LaRue.
Same evening?
Yes, sir.
And that was the July the 6th, is that true?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, what was the purpose of that meeting?
A considerable period of time had gone by since the Watergate break-in. I was amazed, one, that I had never met or been asked any questions by the counsel for the committee that had in the interim been hired to handle this problem. Additionally, a civil suit had been filed by this time. The grand jury was active. I believe 9 of the people who worked for me had been subpoenaed that day. It was obvious to me that I would be subpoenaed shortly. And I really just wanted to find out what the score was, because no one was saying anything. And I went to Mr. Parkinson and O'Brien.
What are their full names?
Mr. Kenneth Parkinson and Mr. Paul O'Brien. I believe at the time I sought them out, they were essentially in a debriefing process of people who had been before the grand jury. Mrs. Hoback was there.
Who was Mrs. Hoback?
She was a bookkeeper in the Finance Committee who worked under my supervision.
Now, did you at that time tell Mr. Parkinson and Mr. O'Brien about the cash distributions?
Yes, sir. After Mr. Robert Odell was also there. I'd asked anyone else to leave the room. I wanted to talk to the attorneys alone. I recounted as fully as possible all the facts that I then had with regard to the money, also with regard to the Magruder continued suggestions of agreeing to a different figure. Their reaction was incensed. They were angry. They told me...
No,
sir.
Mr. Sloan?
No, sir.
Who were they incensed or angry at?
They said to me, well, we've been lied to by the people here. We have not even been able to see John Mitchell, and we're a month into this thing. They seemed to have extreme frustration about the information I'd given them at that point. It was certainly my judgment that they, from their reactions, that they had not heard any of the critical information before from anybody, and it had been told to other people within the campaign.
Did they suggest you might take a little trip?
Yes, sir. They indicated that they felt under these circumstances, this new information that they had available to them, that they needed the time to confront the other officials of the political campaign with the information they then had.
Mr. Dash, just a minute. I lost track of who they are.
Okay.
About 3 times. Who was there?
It was never identified, Mr. Baker.
All right, sir. Would you tell us who they are?
I do not know. This is the comment of the lawyers to me said they'd been lied to by other officials.
I see. But
those officials had never been identified. They did not identify those officials to me.
Do you know who they are now?
No, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
They asked if I had any legitimate business I could do. We were working with 50 state committees, and I said there's always things you can do in the field. It turned out that Mr. Stans was on a trip at that point on the West Coast. They suggested that I might join him and follow through that next week with him until they should contact me. They did say that, we are in no position to tell you to go.
Now, later that evening, did you receive a telephone call?
Yes, sir. They said, we will take this matter up with individuals on the political side of the campaign, and you will get a call from someone in the political organization asking you to go to California tonight.
Well, did you, in fact, get a call that evening?
Yes, sir, from Mr. LaRue.
From Mr. Fred LaRue?
Yes, sir.
What did he say to you over the telephone?
He, I don't recall precisely, but he impressed on me the urgency of departure to the extent of suggesting that I had a reservation on, I believe, a 6 o'clock a.m. flight out of Dulles. He urged me to take a room at the Dulles Marriott that evening and to leave my home immediately.
Now, you were in California from a period of July 7 to July 12, is that true?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when you returned, did you have a meeting with Mr. LaRue again on July the 13th?
Yes, sir.
And could you just briefly tell us where that meeting took place and what the conversation was about?
At the Watergate restaurant.
Was there any significance to your meeting at the Watergate restaurant?
I thought it was somewhat black humor, but he evidently resided in the Watergate himself. And
what was the conversation about, Mr. Sloan?
I've really forgotten how we led in. He'd asked me to come back. I believe it was a call from him. It may have been a call from one of the attorneys. Asked me to come back a day early. I had left Mr. Stans in Des Moines, had lunch with Mr. LaRue. We began to review the entire situation, and I said I think what he was doing is reviewing the options that might be open to me. He, I think, impressed on me at that point that I might have some campaign law problems, that I ought to think perhaps about taking the Fifth Amendment with regard to any testimony that might be forthcoming. And I'd been thinking about this whole subject for quite a while on this trip, and I told Mr. LaRue, I said, it's obvious to me that there is a climate of suggestion, and I cannot relate it to specific conversations of either, well, in the case of perjury I can with Mr. Magruder, but with regard to taking the Fifth Amendment I cannot. But it was obvious to me that that I should take one of those two course of actions to essentially stay in the good graces of the campaign organization. I indicated to him that I was prepared to do neither, that I felt I should tell the truth, and if I have problems, I'll have to face them. And I said, I think it's in the interest of everybody under those circumstances for me to resign. I said, I can see no way, for instance, that I can accept the advice of counsel of a committee that has a clear responsibility to represent an organization. They cannot represent my personal interests down the road when, to me, there was an obvious conflict of interest developing.
What did Mr. LaRue say when you mentioned that to him?
He said that he did not fight me on the subject. He said, well, it might be in the best interest of everybody. I will check with the political side of the campaign, and why don't you check with Maurice Stans? Mr. Stans was due back the next morning, and I said, well, I'll go in and see him in the morning. He said, no, why don't you call him tonight? I did call Mr. Stans that evening, and I said, you know, I've had this lunch with Fred LaRue, and I said, under the circumstances, I think I ought to consider resigning. And he said, no, wait a minute, let's not discuss this on the phone. He said, I will be in the office. He said, I will be in the office in the morning, but don't come in because I have a meeting with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You will have a call from my office following that meeting. I went in the next morning, saw Mr. Stans, was advised at that time that he had already informed the Federal Bureau of Investigation that I had in fact resigned.
You had not at that time, had you?
No, sir. I had every intention of resigning. I went to my office and wrote up a pro forma resignation letter which stipulated personal reasons, and left the committee and began seeking a lawyer.
Now, you in fact did retain counsel?
Yes, sir.
About when did that occur?
The same day.
And the present counsel that you now appears with you?
No, sir.
Who did you retain?
Mr. Ed Taptich.
Yes. And then what did you do shortly thereafter?
Excuse me. I missed your last question.
All right, there came a time when you did retain Mr. Stoner, did that?
Yes, sir.
Did you, shortly after your resignation, and could you give us the date, go to see the U.S. attorneys, the assistant U.S. attorneys, Mr. Silbert, Mr. Glanzer, Mr. Campbell?
Yes, sir.
And were you with your counsel at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you report to them all that, or generally about all that you have been testifying here in terms of your activities, the cash transactions, the approaches that were made to you by Mr. Magruder?
Yes, sir.
What date was that?
I believe the first time I met together with Mr. Stoner, with Mr. Silbert, Mr. Campbell, Mr. Glanzer, was probably July 20. Mr. Stoner had met with the attorneys prior to that time.
And it is your testimony that principally everything that you've testified before us is about what you gave to the U.S. attorneys at that time?
Yes, sir.
And did you testify before the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
And what date did you testify before the grand jury?
July 31st.
And was your testimony before the grand jury principally based on what you have testified before this committee?
Yes, sir.
And did it focus on the efforts of Mr. Magruder to ask you to agree on a term of money that was given to Mr. Liddy and indeed to commit perjury?
Yes, sir. I would say that approximately half of my grand jury testimony related to the Magruder approaches to me.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
And so the former treasurer for the Nixon Re-Election Committee has detailed how vast amounts of cash were collected and dispersed, almost $2 million worth, and he's raised new questions about attempts at keeping him silent about payments to G. Gordon Liddy. In a moment, Hugh Sloan will answer more questions about the financial machinery of the committee to re-elect the president. We'd like to take a minute or two to thank you, the viewers, for taking the trouble to write us and express your opinions about this kind of coverage. We've now received 70,000 letters, and the way they're running at the moment, 99% of them are in favor of this kind of gavel-to-gavel coverage. Comments generally avoid partisanship, most of them expressing appreciation for a chance to see these hearings without interruption and giving viewers a chance to make up their own minds about them. We've heard from state legislators, a resident of the Watergate apartments, a man who said he recognized Bernard Barker as a man he'd been in a prisoner of war camp with in World War II. Here are some samples of opinions we've received. From Morris Shapiro in Hartsdale, New York. Your coverage of the Watergate hearings is giving us a visual portrayal of history in the making. From Catherine McClure in Columbus, Ohio. I learned more in these magical 6 hours last night than I've been able to gain from a year of reading. Thank you for this shattering, absorbing, exhausting, and ultimately encouraging experience in American government. From Richard Berg in Madison, Wisconsin. It's public education in the highest and most critical sense. Public television could serve no greater role than to bring these evening replays of testimony into every home in the nation. Of course, not everyone likes it, but the mail has been only about 1% negative. One critic was Mildred Roberts in Hensley, Arkansas, and she wrote, "I deeply object to this mess of Watergate taking up good programs on all our TV stations. We're not interested in this ridiculous thing. I think the whole thing is a bunch of lies, trying to make the Democrats money." We're extremely grateful to those of you who've taken the time and trouble to write us. If you'd still like to express an opinion, why don't you do it to your local public television station, the station you're watching right now? I'm sure they'd appreciate your opinion, and just like to remind you that each of those stations depends on you, the viewer, for support and to keep in business. Public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we return to the hearings, Hugh Sloan, the former treasurer to the Finance Committee to re-elect President Nixon, is about to be questioned by the minority counsel, Fred Thompson.
Sloan, is my understanding correct that your testimony essentially is that you played no part in determining how funds would be spent or how funds would be allocated, but merely was a conduit for the handling of the funds that someone else made determinations about? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. With the cash funds and generally with other funds, with the one obvious exception of the operating budget of the Finance Committee itself. Its own expenditures were controlled by the Finance Committee.
Did you ever on any occasion inquire of the people who you were dealing with, the people who you were giving money to, as to what they were doing with the money, just out of a matter of personal curiosity, if nothing else?
I believe very early on when Mr. Porter made a request after he had this blanket authority, out of curiosity, as you say, he said, "What's it for?" And he said, "I can't tell you. It's, you're going to have to go to Magruder or go over my head if you want to find out."
Did you go over his head?
No, sir.
Was this after April 7 or before?
Oh, this was very early 72.
Very early 72?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about Mr. Porter just a minute now. I believe you said that after April 7, it was your understanding that he was not to get any more money.
Yes, sir. I'd been told that.
All right. Why was he not to get any more money after April 7? Obviously, that was the effective date of the new Campaign Spending Act, but what was the significance of that?
I would guess that whatever projects or whatever the funds were for, that project had terminated. I do not know. That would just be my best estimate. In general, however, that in terms of cash funds, Secretary Stans, when we came up to the April 7th date, and we were making these massive transfers of funds from all these other committees, at the same time we were trying to put any cash balance of pre-April 7th money into bank accounts. As a practical matter, it takes quite a while to go sit down with a bank and count out $100,000 and verify them out. I had gotten in a situation where I had more work than I could handle, and we weren't going to meet the deadlines if I kept pushing on the cash front. Secretary Stans, at that point, when I presented him with a problem, he said, there is no problem here because I've read the law. The law clearly states funds do not have to be in a bank account in any repository, of which a safe is one. He said, I will tell you at a later date what of these cash funds we have will be carried forward as a transfer of funds from pre-April 7th committees to post-April 7th committees. But he did say that he wanted to be sure that this deposit was made to a post-April 7th committee before the end of May, which was the cutoff point for the first filing requirement under the new law, because he'd indicated to me that he wanted to be sure that every single contribution in the post-April 7th period went through a bank account, so that there would be a clear audit trail confronted with a new law where the General Accounting Office did have the right under inquiry to make audits. He wanted to have a very precise accounting within the ground rules of the new law.
Would it also be a reasonable interpretation that whatever Mr. Porter was doing with the money, that he did not have to disclose, or the committee did not have to necessarily disclose what he was doing with that cash before April 7, but would have to disclose what he was doing with it after April 7, and that they didn't want to do that? And that might be the reason for terminating his activities.
Well, I anticipated when we came up to April 7th that all cash funds would cease, period, for this precise reason.
But they didn't, did they?
That is correct. In the case of Mr. Porter, Mr. Liddy, and I believe, and I'm not positive of this, the payment to Mr. Lankler came after April 7th.
Were all these reported, or were they?
Were they all what? Excuse me.
Were they reported, or were they previously committed?
No, sir. I was told by Secretary Stans the figure to be deposited, which was $350,000. I considered the balance of funds, pre-April 7th funds, that had not been transferred to post-April 7th committees, were essentially internal, committed prepayments to the individuals involved. Just as we, similarly in the cash area, we'd made a political decision that on April 7th, when we liquidated the assets of pre-April 7th committees, we had had a very successful fundraising. We had something like, we'd raised $20 million, of which we may have spent 4 or 5 of it at that point. We wanted to reduce down the cash balances that would be carried forward, essentially so that we'd not have the obvious fundraising problem of sitting pretty and having a big bank balance. Under the legal advice, we decided that on our cash accounting system that prepayments would be legal actions under the terms of the old law. In other words, take one example, $1 million was paid to a direct mail firm on April 6th. Clearly those benefits from that money redound to the benefit of a campaign after April 7th. But this was done, I was present at the meeting, and I believe there was a written legal brief to justify this practice. I consider the cash funds in precisely the same category.
When we're talking about these previous commitments, the concept, aren't we really talking about commitments to the committee and also commitments by the committee? It worked both ways, wouldn't it? Contributions on the one hand, expenditures on the other hand. If these things had been committed before April 7, that it would not.
I don't think it's somewhat in the contributions. I don't think that question came up quite that way. I think in most cases of contributions that came in after April 7th, they had physically left the hands of the donor, although they were delayed in transit. I think would
that be true without getting into this, which we'll probably get into it on a subsequent occasion? Would that be true of the Vesco money?
Yes, sir.
The Dahlberg check, the Mexican check, and so forth. Would that be true?
Yes, sir. All the funds that I received, with the exception of the $63,000 we referred to before, when they were turned over to me, were represented to me as being pre-April 7th contributions.
Well, who made that determination as to whether or not these funds actually were committed before April 7th?
I essentially was operating blind. I was operating under the instructions of Secretary Stans as to what was being carried forward. Therefore, the balance has to fall in this other category.
As far as you know, he was making the determination as to whether or not any particular funds were previously committed.
I don't know who made that determination. I would assume it would have been on the political side of the campaign. Now, all I can really tell you is that these are the assumptions I operated on at the time. Now, in light of what is happening today, those assumptions may very well not be correct.
Did you understand what the criterion was? Was it as to whether or not the money had actually left the hands of the donor? You mentioned that a minute ago.
Well, most of the discussion about this really came up after the fact, and after there was a problem, this whole question of constructive receipt. Sure. As far as my handling of the funds, any time I was given money, I was simply told this is pre-April 7th money. I mean, it was not discussed in those terms. For instance, the Vesco matter that I understand from other testimony was physically turned over to me on April 10th. My assumption was, in that case, that John Mitchell had it before. I mean, I was not given any of the information surrounding it, because it was presented to me as being from John Mitchell, and the name was not given to me at that point.
What did you say your function or role was in the 1968 campaign?
Titularly, it was assistant finance director, but that really was a carryover from the Republican National Finance Committee. In terms of the presidential campaign, my duties there pretty much were restricted to a project basis, running the $1,000 nationwide dinner.
Did you have any access to figures concerning cash contributions or cash inflow in the 68 presidential campaign?
No, sir.
Not sufficient to make a determination or a comparison between the two campaigns with regard to cash?
No, sir. I was not in anywhere comparable situation there.
All right. Now, you have stated here, and stated to us previously in staff meetings, that you had made attempts to get these outlays of money to Mr. Liddy and to Mr. Porter and others verified. And I believe in Mr. Liddy's situation, he presented the budget, you checked it with Magruder, and he okayed it, and you went further, and you checked with Mr. Stans, and he said Mr. Magruder had the authority for Mr. Mitchell. As far as Mr. Porter is concerned, you checked again with Magruder. I believe you checked again with Mr. Stans, who I believe again said Mr. Mitchell says that it's okay. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to the $350,000, of course, that was ordered, cleared by Mr. Kalmbach, the money from Mr. Haldeman. Of course, we know now, the speculation is, and we have testimony with regard to how some of that money was spent, that you were giving out at that time. Mr. Liddy's $199,000. There are allegations concerning the $350,000 as being cover-up money, and all these allegations are floating around. You were the man who had the money, and yet you were doing everything you could, evidently, to check and double-check the situation and see that it was properly funded. Could you enlighten the committee as to how this could be prevented? Could there be any structural changes inside a campaign political organization to prevent this, or does it just depend on the good judgment of the people involved?
I think in terms of One of the biggest problems, I think, was the fact you had to change a law.
Change what?
A change of campaign law in the middle of a campaign. I think that probably created, assuming the allegations are correct, an opportunity to abuse that transition period. I do not know how you can ever avoid...
what kind of difficulties did that cause? What kind of opportunities did that present, do you think?
Well, I think this whole, the whole question of prepayments and so forth is you really don't have any choice in a way, in terms of political context, to go that way. There's an obvious political advantage to it. But you wouldn't have had to make that decision if the new law had been in effect from the beginning.
There was no objective standard, was there, as far as...
And there is no precedent, as far as I know. I think as far as individuals handling cash in a campaign, I don't know of nothing that can prevent individuals from doing that unless you just outlaw cash, but they may do it anyway.
You mentioned, let me ask you one or two other lines of questions. You mentioned that you went to Mr. Ehrlichman after the break-in with your concerns, and he in effect said that he did not want to hear the facts at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And of course, reports have been made that statements have been made to the effect, publicly, to the effect that Mr. Ehrlichman at one time told Mr. Dean to make a report about this matter. Did Mr. Dean ever contact you from June 17, 1972, up until the time he left the White House, about the Watergate matter?
I've had numerous conversations with Mr. Dean over a period of time, but with regard to your specific question in terms of an investigation, I would have to describe the transmittal of information essentially as my forcing it on him rather than him soliciting it from me.
Forcing it on him. It's forcing it on him.
Another point. Do I understand your testimony correctly that you told the three prosecutors in the criminal case on July 18 that Magruder had attempted to get you to perjure yourself?
Yes, sir.
All three of them?
Yes, sir.
In the same room at the same time?
Yes, sir, in the presence of counsel.
Did they, your present counsel?
Yes, sir.
Did they have a reaction to this at that time?
I think they were disturbed by it. I cannot characterize the reaction. I mean, I think they were disturbed by the whole thing.
Of course, the trial was the following January.
Yes, sir.
And you were a witness at that trial.
Yes, sir.
You told about the $199,000, which was
yes,
truthful. Now, Mr. Magruder was also a witness at that trial, a prosecution witness, was he not?
Yes, sir.
What was the atmosphere there? You knew what you told the prosecutors. Did you have any further conversation with the prosecutors? Did you have any further conversation with Mr. Magruder about the situation? What was the atmosphere over there during the trial when both of you were being used as government witnesses to prove the government's case?
I don't believe I've seen Mr. Magruder except on the day of the trial where we were put in the same witness room.
Who was called first?
I believe it was Mr. Magruder, Mr. Porter, and then myself.
Go ahead.
There really was no conversation with Mr. Magruder. As to the prosecutors, I don't recall any further discussion about that aspect of it. My assumption is that they got into a situation where here's one man's word against another, no one else was present, they have no corroborative evidence, they can't do anything with it.
Do you know whether or not they ever confronted Mr. Magruder with your...
I have no knowledge, sir. Excuse me. Indirectly, I have knowledge that issue came up. Yes, sir.
Could you tell us about what you know about it?
Yes, sir. Following my appearance before the grand jury, prior to Mr. Magruder's appearance before the grand jury, Mr. Mardian and Mr. Paul O'Brien requested that my attorney, at that time Mr. Trees, because Mr. Stoner was out of town, and myself meet with him at the committee headquarters. They requested at that point in time information as to what I had told the grand jury precisely with regard to Mr. Magruder. And I said I have no hesitancy at all. I would tell it to his face. And I told them. They already knew because I told Mr. O'Brien before. I was very surprised at the request.
So you went ahead and told them?
I told Mr. O'Brien originally when I'd sought them.
So I assume you told the grand jury the same thing that you told the three prosecutors?
Yes, sir.
About Mr. Magruder?
Yes, sir.
What was their reaction when you told Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Parkinson?
You mean initially
yes.
To the...
No, after you told them what you told the grand jury about Mr. Magruder.
I believe Mr. O'Brien's comment, quite frankly, was, I don't know what the hell Jeb's going to do, but you got to give the guy a fighting chance.
But one other question, and I'll leave that for further inquiry. But are you saying that after this initial meeting with three prosecutors, and you talked to them about it?
Yes, sir.
And you told the grand jury?
That's after my grand jury testimony.
Was it after your grand jury testimony?
Yes, sir.
How was this? Was this in response to a specific question, or did you volunteer this information?
They asked us directly, would we tell them what we had told the grand jury about Mr. Magruder's approaches to me, and essentially I believe our response was, you already know, because I told you initially.
Excuse me, I'm talking about before the grand jury.
Yes, sir, but what I told the grand jury was essentially what I'd told the prosecutors. It was also the same thing I told Mr. Parkinson and Mr. O'Brien originally.
I see.
When
I'm sorry,
yeah.
I think I misunderstood. So, could you just tell me, did you tell the grand jury first, or did you tell the three prosecutors first?
No, I talked to the three prosecutors first. Then the grand jury,
right.
And then this meeting with Mr. Marty and Mr. O'Brien.
I understand that. All right. One other line. I believe you said the $25,000 to Mr. Hitt was a loan.
I'm not sure I knew that at the time. I think, and I cannot recall who instructed me to make the payment.
Was there ever any attempt to, if you understand that to be the case now, according
Yes,
to your best recollection, was there ever any attempt to collect that loan?
Yes, sir. I think this is really where my knowledge came from. Mr. Lee Nunn, who was one of our vice chairmen, was involved in this. When Secretary Stans came in February, and when he was reviewing the status of the campaign that we'd run prior to his coming in, I'd mentioned to him that one of the open items at that point was what I understood to be a loan, this $25,000. And he said, well, let's get it back. And I believe I said, I don't know all the arrangements, but Lee Nunn was involved in it. Mr. Nunn, I believe, was called in at that point to Mr. Stans' office, and he said, I've tried. Campaign's been long over, I believe, at that point. And he said, Bob Haldeman made the deal, let him get it back.
Mr. Nunn said Bob Haldeman made the deal?
That's my best recollection. He indicated there had been a conversation between...
Did you understand that meant that Haldeman had ordered that the loan be made?
I'm just not sure of my recollection of whether that's indirectly where the request came.
And do you know what it was used for?
No, sir.
It's general campaign...
Well, the knowledge I had was that it was something to do with the special election.
When did you understand, according to his phraseology, that the deal had been made for that loan, or that the loan had been, in fact, delivered?
I'm just not sure. There had been some discussion back and forth. This was negotiated over a period of time because I believe Mr. Nunn and myself both felt strongly that here you essentially were taking money that had been given to the president's campaign, giving it to a congressional race, and you have the problem of an obvious precedent when you come up into the 1972 campaign.
But what I'm interested in, if Mr. Haldeman did, in fact... Can't hear you. Sorry. If Mr. Haldeman did, in fact, have something to do with his getting the loan.
That's my understanding, but it's secondhand. I understand.
Yes. I was wondering when, if you can shed any light. First of all, 1971?
Oh, I'm sure it's 71. I think it can be pegged to whenever I would suspect it was a few days or a week before the election, whenever precise that was, but I'm sure it was 1971.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sloan. No further questions.
Do you have any?
No, sir.
In view of the fact that Senator Talmadge is the floor manager of the agricultural bill, which is a pending order for business, I'm going to waive my right to question the witness. I'm going to swap it with Senator Talmadge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sloan, I get the impression that you're a forthright and candid man from your answers and your response to the questions that have been asked you this morning. Exactly what were your duties at the Finance Committee?
It varied somewhat over different periods of time, Senator. In the very early periods of the campaign, it was really an organizational function, setting up the multiple committees that allow gift tax distribution of contributors' contributions, organizational work, hiring of people, staffing it out, budget planning. As we went on later on, involved all the handling of the bank accounts. When we came up to April 7th, when we got in this new law period, just prior to that, we hired a full-time qualified CPA. I'm not an accountant myself, to handle the new law period and the increased volume of administrative work with regard to that. I'd say at that point in time, although I carried the title of treasurer, I would say that most of my duties were administrative and liaison with various state committees, educating state committees in the provisions of the new law, the requirements, and so forth.
I presume that you were fully familiar with the Campaign Disclosure Act that went into effect April the 7th last year. As you know, at that time, all income and disbursements had to be very stringently reported. Were you aware of that fact?
Yes, sir.
Now, you accumulated, I believe, large sums of cash prior to the time the April the 7th law came into effect, did you not?
I was the custodian of a large sum of money. I did not personally collect it myself.
You had on hand, I believe, about $910,000 that you disbursed in cash at one time or another. Is that substantially accurate?
It's close to $1 million over this entire period of March through the end of this
Now,
period.
much of that money was disbursed subsequent to April the 7th, 1972, was it not?
Some of it was, not a
Well, then why did you not comply with the Disclosure Act that went into effect on April the 7th last year?
For a variety of reasons, Senator. One, I was not treasurer of those funds, and they were not identified to a committee, so I could not personally file them in my committee. Number two, I understood them by our operating practice to have been essentially committed and prepayments to individuals within the campaign along the same guidelines as the $5.5 million had been made in prepayments in terms of check disbursements.
Well, it can't be prepaid until it's delivered, can it?
My difficulty with this, Senator, is it's an assumption on my part. I was not part of the decision as to, in fact, even whether these funds were committed. I approached the problem from the other side. I was told precisely what to report and what fell in this committed category.
Did you understand that at midnight on April 7th, 1972, that all expenditures thereafter had to be reported in detail and subject to audit by the Comptroller General of the United States?
Yes, sir, but my understanding was these monies, a decision had been made, and as far as I was concerned, they were considered expended prior to that time.
You took the view then that if it was on hand and someone else told you that it had been committed, that it absolved you from the responsibility under the law?
Yes.
Is that your point? And you were following high orders, high authority, not making decisions on your own accord?
Sir, I would not want to be put in the position of passing the buck on this. I may have had a responsibility here. I do not believe I did. All I can tell you is that in my understanding of the law, I believe I complied. That understanding, particularly given some recent developments, may in fact be totally incorrect. I concede that.
What officials at the Committee for the Re-election of the President and the Finance Committee for the Re-election of the President knew of these cash disbursements that you made?
Officials of the committee, I would say, with the exception of Mr. Liddy, who received some of them himself, but he would not have a comprehensive understanding of the total picture. I would say Secretary Stans was the only other official who had a complete listing, because it was to him that I made my reports on these cash funds.
When someone who had authority to call you up and deliver X number of dollars to X individual?
There were various authorities at various times. Prior to Secretary Stans coming, Mr. Kalmbach had the authority for a while. He passed it to Mr. Mitchell. I was told I was never to make any cash disbursements without Mr. Mitchell's approval. That subsequently was passed to Mr. Magruder, and we came up into this April 7th period, and the proposition and the request for cash funds that went over that period. At that point in time, I went back to Mr. Stans in each instance to ask whether, in fact, he agreed and acquiesced in this continuing payout of cash funds under this basis of a budget that had been presented to us.
In other words, from time to time, 4 or 5 different individuals had authority to tell you to disperse cash, and you did so.
Yes, sir.
I don't believe we've heard from you express in detail the circumstances surrounding this $350,000 deposit of May the 25th, 1972. Will you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. As I believe I indicated before, Secretary Stans had told me prior to April 7th that in terms of the new law, this cash on hand was validly held in any repository, which included a safe. But he did say he wanted this money, the money that was to be carried forward as cash on hand under the new law, to be deposited prior to the end of the first reporting period, so that all post-April 7th funds would have gone through a bank account to facilitate any auditing that might come up by the General Accounting Office. He wanted to be sure that it was in that first report by virtue of having been in a bank account. So on probably maybe the same day, May 25th, or maybe a day or two before, I don't recall whether I reminded him that we had this deadline or whether he called me in. He asked, what is the cash balance? He said $350,000 of this is to be deposited to the Media Committee to re-elect the president. On that day, I put the money in a briefcase. This was the first occasion where I'd had to deposit cash in a bank other than the bank that was in our own building. And the reason for this was that this was the only committee that had enough margin left to receive that amount of money under the $3 million limit of the old law. In other words, all the post-April 7th committees had to be established first under the old law, all the transfers made into them before they could become effective in the period of the new law. So during that day or two while they were receiving the carryover of funds from predecessor committees.
You yield at that point. The reason for that, I presume, was you did not have to disclose the source of that money because you had an existing committee you could deposit it to.
That's right. In other words, we were liquidating the assets of the pre-April 7th committees into what would be the post-April 7th committee, and we had to restructure because there were new requirements in terms of chartering and registering.
And that was, you deposited in that account because you didn't have to disclose the source of it, is that
well, none of this money that was transferred would have to be disclosed. It would just have to be listed as cash on hand as of April 7th. Because of my concern and the fact I had to walk across essentially Lafayette Park, and this is a lot of money, I was concerned about the security, so I requested Mr. Liddy, who I ran into. I asked if he was busy, would he accompany me? I took Mr. Liddy with me. We made the deposit, we had lunch, and returned.
He was the only one that went with you?
Yes, sir.
And that was in cash in $100 bills?
Probably. I'm not sure all of them were.
Do you have any knowledge of the origin of that cash or any other cash funds on hand?
I think if I saw a list, I could probably establish, but I'd have a very difficult time trying to remember contributors at this point.
Now, did you speak to Mr. Mitchell concerning the break-in and the funds that you gave Mr. Liddy?
I only talked to Mr. Mitchell on one occasion, Senator, and it was a very brief meeting because the FBI was waiting in my office to talk to me. I essentially went in to get some guidance at this point as to really what was going on, and it was on this occasion that he simply told me that when the going gets tough, the tough get going, which wasn't particularly helpful.
How did you interpret that remark?
I really wasn't sure, Senator, but it wasn't very helpful guidance.
You didn't take it as an invitation for you to leave, did you?
Yes, sir. I left right after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
In view of the fact it's almost the regular recess time, I think that anybody else who undertook questions couldn't possibly complete the question of the witness before the recess. And unless there's some objection from other members of the committee, while the committee will stand in recess now till 2 o'clock.
Very good. See you too, sir. Okay.
Georgia Democrat Herman Talmadge has just completed his examination of Hugh Sloan, and the committee is now taking a lunch break. When the hearings resume, Florida Republican Edward Gurney will be asking the questions, leading Sloan in greater detail through the handling of funds before and after the April 7, 1972 campaign finance reporting deadline. Public television's coverage of the Watergate hearings will continue after station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
At this point, the hearings resume after lunch, with Senator Baker beginning his questioning of former campaign treasurer Hugh Sloan.
Committee will come to order. Senator Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sloan, I join in the statement that Senator Talmadge made before the adjournment for lunch, that you have presented the appearance of a man who is fair, who is open and forthcoming in your testimony, and we're grateful for that. I have the impression that from your description and the description of others, your cooperation has been of a similar quality with those who have undertaken an investigation of these affairs. And I believe that's my point of departure, if I may. Would you tell me how many inquiries into the Watergate situation have produced an interview or an inquiry of you? To recall the situation, the U.S. Attorney's Office interviewed you, I believe. Mr. LaRue and others for the Committee to Re-elect the President interviewed you.
Yes, sir.
The FBI interviewed you. The staff of this committee has interviewed you, I believe, on more than one occasion.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Is there anyone else who has interviewed you in this connection?
There have been probably 3 or 4 occasions with the General Accounting Office over a period of time. The 2 grand jury appearances referred to earlier. Numerous depositions in the various civil cases relating to this matter. I've really lost count, Senator, of the time and the number of occasions at this point.
But you've been a well-interviewed man in the course of the last several months. I don't mean to burden the record with unnecessary.
defense reporting deadline. Public television's coverage of the Watergate hearings will continue after station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
At this point, the hearings resume after lunch with Senator Baker beginning his questioning of former campaign treasurer Hugh Sloan.
Committee will come to order. Senator Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sloan, I join in the statement that Senator Talmadge made before the adjournment for lunch, that you have presented the appearance of a man who is fair, who is open and forthcoming in your testimony, and we're grateful for that. I have the impression that from your description and the description of others, your cooperation has been of a similar quality with those who have undertaken an investigation of these affairs. And I believe that's my point of departure, if I may. Would you tell me how many inquiries into the Watergate situation have produced an interview or an inquiry of you? To recall the situation, the U.S. Attorney's Office interviewed you, I believe. Mr. LaRue and others for the Committee to Re-elect the President interviewed you.
Yes, sir.
The FBI interviewed you. The staff of this committee has interviewed you, I believe, on more than one occasion.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Is there anyone else who has interviewed you in this connection?
There have been probably 3 or 4 occasions with the General Accounting Office over a period of time. The 2 grand jury appearances referred to earlier. Numerous depositions in the various civil cases relating to this matter. I've really lost count, Senator, of the time and the number of occasions at this point.
But you've been a well-interviewed man in the course of the last several months. I don't mean to burden the record with unnecessary repetition, but could you briefly describe to me the subject matter of the several inquiries made of you? I'm particularly interested in the scope of the interrogation. Begin, if you will, with the first investigation. What was the first time you were interviewed? Was that by the FBI?
You're talking of an external
I'm
investigator.
speaking really of any time subsequent to the early morning hours of June 17th, 1972.
I considered initially this investigation began essentially as an internal investigation. My understanding was that Mr. LaRue had that function within the campaign committee.
How did you receive that information?
Whether he imparted that to me, I think, I'm not sure. It was a situation of general knowledge within the committee that he was looking into this matter.
And this was as early as during the day on June 17th, 1972?
I don't believe it quite moved that fast, Senator. I think it was in that early part or mid-week of the week following the break-in.
Was that the first interview you had relevant to the Watergate affair?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Would you tell us the scope of Mr. LaRue's inquiry?
At this point in time, it was very general. It was I would say he was restricted his inquiry essentially into the Liddy matter. I mean, within the committee at a very early period, it was quite obvious, I think, to everyone that the focus was on Mr. Liddy, and as far as any knowledge I had that pertained to that, it would be in the area of the money that I had turned over to Mr. Liddy.
Do you know whether Mr. LaRue had any previous information of his own about Mr. Liddy's participation in any of these affairs at the time he made his inquiries of you?
I have no such knowledge, Senator.
What was the nature of the inquiry that Mr. LaRue made of the Liddy situation?
Essentially, it was seeking the information from me of sort of the dollar figures. I think once he had the dimensions of it, as I believe I mentioned this morning, he came back to me saying this is a very politically sensitive issue. We need to come in with a lower figure. That point, it sort of broke, and I understood Mr. Martin as being relatively external in the sense that he had joined the committee shortly before my interview, that he had picked up sort of the reins of the investigation. Following Mr. Marty, and then it would be Mr. Parkinson and Mr. O'Brien.
Did they inquire of you about Mr. Liddy's functions and responsibilities in the committee, or was it limited just to the payments to Mr. Liddy by you?
I think there was a total awareness of Mr. Liddy's function, at least as it was supposed to be. There were no inquiries in that regard. It was purely with regard to the financial payments to him.
But no questions were put to you about Mr. Liddy's functions, his involvement, his responsibility for the Watergate episode?
No, sir.
What was the next interview you had?
Following the Mardian interview, which was that was on the 24th of June, just prior to my departing for Bermuda.
And by whom?
This was Mr. Mardian's interview I'm referring to.
Thank you, sir.
He, again, was asking and concentrating on the Liddy payments, also Mr. Porter's payment. I think a far more comprehensive approach to the general financial dealings than had been the case with Mr. LaRue.
What was the next episode?
It's when I sought out Mr. Parkinson and Mr. O'Brien on the evening of July 6th.
And what was the essence of that conversation?
That conversation was approached by me to advise them of the facts I knew because they had not sought me out at that point. It was in the face of 9 of the personnel associated in the finance area having already been subpoenaed before the grand jury. As I indicated this morning, I felt there was a very severe problem that needed to be addressed, and I sought them out to impart that information to them.
What was the next time you were interviewed or had a conversation about the Watergate affair?
I think I've skipped over the FBI interview.
I believe so. Would you go back and identify that by date and tell us the scope and extent of the FBI inquiry?
I believe that was in midweek, probably the 21st or 22nd of June, and it was a interview purely on the question of whether I knew Mr. Alfred Baldwin. Was he an employee of the committee? They asked to have our records made available to them to check out those facts. It was very brief and purely on that subject.
Purely on the subject of Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, sir.
Were any questions asked of you, of Mr. Magruder, of Mr. Dean, of Mr. Hunt, Mr. Liddy, Mr. McCord, Mr. Barker, or anyone else except Mr. Baldwin?
No, sir. The sole subject of that interview was whether we could identify Mr. Baldwin as having been an employee of the committee.
Could you?
No, sir. I'd never heard of him.
Do you have any idea why the FBI limited its inquiry to Mr. Baldwin?
No, sir, I do not.
Did it seem to be limited to a particular purpose? Did they express a reason for wanting to know particularly about Mr. Baldwin?
They indicated, the agents who were there at that time, that they had information that Mr. Baldwin had been involved in a demonstration. I'm not sure. They did identify where it was, but I've forgotten where that was.
But no one asked you about the Watergate break-in in the course of that FBI interview?
No, sir. It's never mentioned.
Nobody asked you about Mr. Liddy?
No, sir.
Mr. Hunt?
No, sir.
Mr. McCord?
No, sir.
Money?
No, sir.
Accounting?
Money only in the sense of was Mr. Baldwin on the payroll or had we paid him any money?
And no one asked you about the $100 bills that were found with or on the defendants in the Watergate trial who were involved in the illegal entry into the Democratic National Committee headquarters?
No, sir.
Did any member of the FBI or the Justice Department ever discuss any of this with you?
The next occasion I had to meet with the FBI was following my resignation, which I believe was on a Friday, July 14th. I think I'm correct in this, that they were present at my home the following Monday morning and every morning thereafter.
Well, I'm not. When did you resign?
On a Friday, July 14th.
And the following Monday, which would have been the 17th of
Yes,
July,
sir.
the FBI was at your home that morning?
Yes, sir.
And each morning thereafter, did you say?
The problem there, Senator, was that on that occasion they were very much interested in the Watergate matter. And I indicated to them that I felt because there was a possibility on my part of technical violations of the campaign law that I wished to be represented by an attorney before I talked to them, but that I would be happy to cooperate with them. At that point, I was in the process of receiving a refusal from one attorney, and it took me a day or two to get another, and they leaned on me fairly heavily during that period until I did have an attorney.
All right, when you had an attorney, when did you then talk to the FBI about the broader range and spectrum of Watergate material?
There was never an independent discussion with the FBI. They were present the first time I talked to the U.S. prosecutors, Mr. Silbert, Mr. Glanzer, Mr. Campbell.
When was that?
It was on July 20th, I believe, Senator. Yes, I believe that's correct.
I'm sorry.
July 20th.
July 20th?
Yes, sir.
And tell us briefly what transpired in that interview. Who was present, where it was held, and the substance of the interview.
It was in Mr. Silbert's office. Present were myself, my attorney, Mr. Stoner, Mr. Glanzer, Mr. Campbell, and I believe I'm correct, 2 agents from the Federal Bureau.
And what subject matter was covered?
The entire Watergate matter.
What did you tell them?
What I've told you gentlemen here this morning. Excuse me, Senator. We had really 2 sessions with him. We did not cover all the material on one occasion. I believe, for instance, the discussions about the Magruder approach and so forth were covered in a session that was a day or 2 later.
You're talking about the indication by Mr. Magruder that you should perjure yourself?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That was covered in the second interview with
Yes,
the
sir.
U.S. Attorney's Office?
Yes, sir.
Was that matter ever brought out in the trial of the Watergate defendants?
No, sir. None of the trial. No,
Was it ever discussed before the grand jury?
Yes, sir, it was.
Were you asked those questions by the U.S. Attorney's Office?
Yes, sir. I would say with regard to my grand jury testimony that I believe I spent about an hour before the grand jury, and my best recollection is that approximately half of that time was devoted to the Magruder question.
Mr. Sloan, how would you characterize, if you can characterize, the interviews you had with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI? Were they thorough and searching?
The FBI, in terms of the interviews I had with the U.S. Attorney's Office, they were there as observers. I really have never been questioned by the FBI except in the Baldwin matter. I would say that given the time and the information that was available at the time, I feel they were extremely thorough.
Mr. Sloan, one of the responsibilities of this committee is to file a report ultimately on its findings and to recommend, if it chooses to do so, revisions in the Campaign Expenditure Act, electoral reform, and the like. In a word, to make recommendations on how such situations might be avoided in future presidential campaigns. May I ask you a few questions about that? Because in a strange way, and I'm sure an unwelcome way, you have become the nation's leading expert on this particular situation, at least from the standpoint of first-hand knowledge. Would it seriously or would it interfere at all with the conduct of a presidential election if there were an absolute statutory bar against receiving cash contributions or making cash disbursements?
No, sir. I think it would be for individuals in the technical implementation of the law like myself, I think it would be a great assist, quite frankly.
Well, wholly aside from the accountant's point of view, and knowing as you do something of the internal workings of the financial side of a national campaign, do you foresee any difficulty in that respect? Do you see any way that would hamper or impede the orderly operation of a presidential campaign to require that all receipts and all disbursements be by some tender other than currency?
No, sir. I'd see no problem with that whatsoever.
It's my understanding, and I think you've intimated as much without saying so, it's my understanding that in the last several weeks before April 7th that there was a virtual torrent of contributions.
Yes, sir.
And many of them were cash contributions.
Yes, sir.
And it's been my experience from my own campaigns, and I rather suspect that others have the same experience, that maximum contributions occur in the last 2 or 3 weeks before an election. Did you have a similar experience in the presidential election?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what, if any, difficulty you have in accounting for last-minute contributions, whether in cash or by check. Does that become a problem?
The sheer volume, yes, sir. I think personally I handled in the neighborhood of $6 million in a 2-day period.
Was that before the November election?
No, this was just prior to April 7th. I think the change of the campaign law in effect produced a kind of deadline similar to an election. I think.
Did you have a similar bulge, a similar acceleration of the rate of contributions before the election, just before the election in November?
Of course, I was not there in this election, Senator, but in 1968, yes, I would agree with that as a pattern.
That is a pattern.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sloan. From your vantage point as one who has participated in 2 presidential elections and been intimately involved in the detail, do you see any difficulty that might derive from a statutory moratorium on any contributions, say, for 2 weeks before the election?
I'm not sure I'd be qualified to evaluate that, Senator.
The point of the matter being, it is difficult, if not impossible, to account for last-minute money in time for a last-minute accounting.
Yes, sir, I would agree with that.
And if campaign disclosure legislation is to have any beneficial effect in the sense that the public knows who contributes and the public knows for what the candidate spends money, there ought to be a cutoff point, it seems to me, sometime substantially prior to the date of the election. If that were proposed, do you, as an expert, so to speak, in this field, think that would seriously jeopardize the operation of a campaign?
No, sir. I think that any date you set as the final date would be looked on by a contributor, and I think it would just produce your bulge in that earlier period.
I think that's true, but it would give you a better opportunity to report it and disclose it in time for the public to take it into account before the election would.
Oh, yes, sir, I would agree with that, and particularly under the new law where you have as detailed accounting procedures as you do, I think it's almost essential.
Under the new Campaign Expenditure Act, which went into effect on April 7th, 1972, and under which we presently operate, there is a limitation, as you know, on radio, on television, on certain other categories of expenditure, but there is not a total overall limitation of expenditures in presidential or other federal elections. if that were to be the case, if the Congress of the United States were to establish a maximum limitation on expenditures, or to establish a requirement that expenditures be not only documented and accounted for, but that they could not be in cash, if there's a requirement that contributions could not be in cash, if there's a requirement that contributions could not be received nor expended nor obligations liquidated on behalf of a candidate, say, for 2 weeks before the election, and there were a limitation as to the total amount you can spend and a limitation, say, $3,000 on what an individual could give. Do you think that combination of circumstances would produce an unworkable situation from the standpoint of financing a presidential or a federal election?
I think one of the most effective curbs might be a time limit on an election. I mean, when you look at the 72 campaign, we started back in March of 1971. It's almost a 2-year period of activity. I think a total spending ceiling could be worked with. I suspect, quite frankly, out of this kind of a situation that is unfolding here, that may very well get to the point where the only way to fund a presidential campaign is through public funding. Because I think today, in today's world, the intertwining of the business sector with government, with disclosure, is going to make it in no one's interest in business to contribute, because every action after that will be looked at in that light. I think
in my wildest imaginations, I never dreamed that I would sit here and have an argument with you about federal financing of campaigns, but I'm prepared to do that. And as my good friend John Gardner, who is president of Common Cause, and I talk about from time to time, there is the problem. There's the question of financing political campaigns, but just for the brief purposes of this moment, I have a great fear, not only of the abuse of money, especially cash, but I also have a great fear of the federal bureaucracy taking over the electoral system. So before we go that extra mile, I think we ought to give careful thought to the alternative possibilities that are available to us. Do you have any other suggestions, Mr. Sloan, on how we could provide for reasonableness, candor, openness, and accountability on the financial side of politics?
Sir, I think one of the great tragedies of this particular campaign is the situation of having one law in effect for part of the campaign and the new law in effect for the balance of the campaign. Because I think the whole campaign financing law is being judged in terms of the conduct in this transition period. I do not believe, for instance, that the present law has been given a fair chance. I think no professional fundraiser would argue with the premise of disclosure. It's a great help in a way. It takes a lot of the temptations out of the way, or the pressures. I think most of us were glad to see it. But having it come in the middle of the campaign, we still had to deal with the only rules that existed at the time in the earlier period. I would like to see, at least for one more presidential campaign, the law as it now stands given a fair chance. I happen to think there's a lot wrong with it, but I don't think it's had a fair chance in its present form. I think all the abuses, at least in terms of the campaign to which I can address myself to, if you will call them abuses, are totally related to the earlier period or this transition period. I think that in the effort that was made to comply with the new law, with any contribution that was understood to be a contribution in the post-April 7th period, and I'm not talking about these funds here, I'm talking about the general receipts. I think our campaign did a magnificent job. I think it's a workable law. I would agree with you. I'd rather see an overall ceiling for money, period, on a campaign than just in the media area, because it's restricting choice. Or I'd like to see the time limit of a campaign restricted. But I think it is one of the great tragedies of this situation, the inability to look at the new law and its workings in a dispassionate sense.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. I have one other line of questions, and it won't take very long. You've covered the material in general with Mr. Dash, the counsel for the committee, and Mr. Thompson. I'd like to know a little more about the extent and scope of the knowledge of Mr. Stans and Mr. Mitchell of the Watergate operations, insofar as you have that information.
Senator, aside from what I've read in the newspaper, I have no direct knowledge.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Stans or Mr. Mitchell about the Watergate situation?
Not to Mr. Mitchell. I met with Mr. Mitchell only on the one occasion that's been referred to earlier. During that week, I traveled with Secretary Stans. He had numerous conversations with, as I understood it from what I could hear, his end of the conversation, presumably with Bob Bardian, Fred LaRue, the people who were understood to be handling the problem from the political campaign standpoint. Mr. Stans was extremely defensive in all the conversations I heard. He insisted, from the end of the conversation I heard, he said, "Damn it, this is not a finance problem. You guys have to handle it, and you've got to keep it away from Sloan and myself, because we have nothing to do with this."
Do you know what he was talking about?
I'm making an assumption, Senator, but I think a pretty obvious one, that this was about the only issue being discussed at this point. I think.
How would you characterize Mr. Stans' attitude or demeanor at that time?
I think he was angry. I think he was upset with the political campaign, the political side of the campaign.
Did you ask him what he meant?
No, sir.
Thank you.
As you can see, the senators are hoping that Hugh Sloan is going to lead them deep inside the operations of the Nixon Re-Election Committee. And Senator Baker has shown that the committee is looking for ways to reform campaign spending laws. In a moment, it will be Senator Ervin's turn. If it happens to be as hot where you are tonight as it is here in Washington, you might like a chance to take a little break now to get to the refrigerator and back. And while you're doing that, we'd like to thank you for the overwhelming support you've expressed for this kind of coverage through your cards and letters. To date, we have had 70,000 of them, and they're running 99% in favor of this kind of gavel-to-gavel coverage in prime time. If any of you would still like to express an opinion, we suggest you do it to your local station, the one you're watching right now. So drop them a card or letter, or if you feel like it, a check, because local stations depend on you, the viewer, to keep them in business and on the air. They're interested in your response as well as your help. Public television's coverage of the hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As the hearings continue, Senator Ervin is going over Hugh Sloan's activities point by point and seems to be looking for information about possible White House involvement in a Watergate cover-up.
Don't you think this is an area where we need higher standards of ethics which exceed the requirements of law?
Excuse me, Senator, I'm not sure.
I say, don't you think that in this area we should have that individuals should have personal ethics whose requirements exceeded the strict letter of the law?
Yes, sir.
In other words, it's a fundamental principle of ethics that people who handle funds belonging to other people keep records of them, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And I judge from your testimony that you had many misgivings as an individual about the way matters were being handled in the receipt and disbursement of funds, didn't you?
Yes, sir, in this transition period.
Now, you were not a policy maker, were you?
In certain areas, but not in this area.
Now, you worked primarily, or entirely, I would say, if I infer you correctly, under Mr. Stans.
Yes, sir.
In other words, your duties were confined entirely to the finance side of the matter, and you had nothing to do with the political aspects of it.
Yes, sir. I would say the only overlap was that I was a member of the Budget Committee and considered total expenditures for the campaign. The Finance Committee role in that essentially would be to say, this is all the money we can raise. You have to set your priorities within those limits. We were a restraint factor on the political spending.
Now, you are not a lawyer.
No, sir.
And you are trying to comply with the old law and the new law. You were acting upon legal advice given you by others.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Liddy, was he with your legal advisor?
Yes, sir. He was the counsel to the committee at that time.
Now, at times they had approximately $1,777,000 available to the committee to re-elect the president, which were not deposited in banks.
Of that figure, Senator, approximately $1 million was in terms of direct payments to individuals. The balance, the $750,000, was deposited in bank accounts.
Well, was that deposited? How much money was kept in the safe in your office and in the safe in the office of Mr. Stans' secretary?
It's a question of timing, Senator. In the pre-April 7th period, I kept all the funds in the safe that were in my office. Some point after April 7th, these funds we've discussed here were moved to the safe in Arden Chambers' office. The reason for this being that in pulling together all our records for the pre-April 7th period, there was need for access to my safe, which held all these records, by a great number of people. So it was purely a mechanical transfer to another safe because it was more secure and not as many people had access to it.
Could you give the committee an estimate of the total amount of cash that was kept in the offices of the committee to re-elect the president?
Over this entire period, this full $1.7 million, but I would say my best recollection would be that probably never got above $600,000 or $700,000 at any one point, and I would suspect that would be just prior to April 7th because of the influx of cash funds at that point.
Now, the deposit made on May the 25th, 1972, how long was that kept in safes or places other than deposits in a bank?
That would have been the money that came in that made up that deposit would have been in the safe in Arden Chambers' office.
There were, according to your testimony, there were disbursements in the cash of in excess of $1 million from these money in the safes over there, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. In the earlier periods, some of these the cash funds were kept in a safe deposit box and subsequently moved to a safe in our offices.
Now, the first disbursements were made upon orders of John Mitchell while he was still serving as Attorney General of the United States?
He had general control over the authorization of funds. Whether he specifically authorized me to make a cash disbursement, I'm not sure, because the delegated authority had moved to Mr. Magruder by the time Mr. Liddy and Mr. Porter had this blanket right to draw on these funds.
The first man that had authority to disburse funds was Mr. Kallenbach.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And then Mr. Mitchell took over.
Yes, sir. Mr. Kallenbach's instructions to me were that Mr. Mitchell would control all disbursements, including checks and cash.
And then some question arose that Mr. Mitchell became irritated being interrogated by you so often about the outlay of funds that he told you to make an arrangement with Mr. Magruder.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so after that, Mr. Magruder had direct charge of dictating the outlay of funds.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Now, did you talk to Mr. Stans from time to time about the demands being made upon you by Mr. Magruder for funds?
Senator, Mr. Stans was kept advised on this. I reviewed it with him when he assumed the chairmanship. I reviewed all the outlays that have been made to that point.
Now, did he authorize or at least acquiesce in all of the outlays made by you from these funds?
He acquiesced in the authority of others to draw on it. He did not clear the individual items each time somebody came.
But it'd be true to say that all of the outlays of funds you made were made with either the express or the tacit approval of Mr. Stans.
Yes, sir, from the time he assumed the chairmanship.
What records were kept at the committee with reference to the disbursement of these cash funds?
Senator, I kept a working book with me in the safe which reflected all the payments in, the receipt of contributions that were cash contributions, the date of receipt, any distribution of those funds to whom and on what date.
You know what became of the book?
Yes, sir.
Where is it?
It has been destroyed, Senator.
When was it destroyed?
On June 23rd.
By whose orders was it destroyed?
Senator, if I can elaborate a little bit on that, this was the occasion in preparing the final record of the pre-April 7th period. Secretary Stans had requested of me a single final copy recording these transactions. Now, the one difference between this and the cash book would be, for instance, they would be aggregate figures. In other words, Mr. Liddy would be listed as a total of 199. It would not list the individual dates of receipt. He indicated to me that that would be the permanent record of this period of time. In preparing that, I was with Mr. Kallenbach to verify the 250,000 figure or whatever it was with him. And I asked him, what do you think is the appropriate distribution of these records? And he asked me, what were Secretary Stans' instructions? And I said he asked for a single copy, final copy that would be the permanent record. He said, fine. He said, I'm going to destroy the records I have. I would suggest you do the same and just provide him with the single copy he requested.
In other words, Mr. Kallenbach, in effect, told you he was going to destroy such records that he had and advised you to do the same with the records you had.
With the exception, Senator, I do not know whether he had another copy of those records. In the case of the figures I had, I did not feel I was destroying any original information because I was handing a report that contained that information to Secretary Stans.
Well, you had made a compilation in aggregate form of what your original records showed.
That's right, and it would include all contributors.
Did anybody else except Mr. Kallenbach talk to you about destroying your original records?
No, sir.
But they were destroyed on the 23rd of June, a few days after the break-in.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you know whether there's any records kept or now in existence, or what became of the $250,000 approximately given out of these funds to Mr. Kallenbach?
No, sir. I have no knowledge of what he would have used those funds for. I would think that if there is a record, he would have to be the source of that.
Yes. Now, where did Mr. Sloan work at this time?
He was in the White House working as a political aide and liaison for Mr. Bob Haldeman.
In other words, he was a political liaison between Mr. Haldeman and the committee, was he not?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And he got you got instructions was to put $350,000 in a briefcase to be carried to the White House?
Yes, sir.
And that was taken to the White House in cash?
My understanding is it went to the White House.
And who transmitted the message that that money was to be sent to the White House?
Mr. Kalmbach.
Where did Mr. Porter work?
He worked at the Committee for the Re-election of the President.
Do you have any knowledge of whether any record was made or whether any record has been preserved in respect not only to the $250,000 given Mr. Kalmbach and $350 carried out of the committee to the White House with Mr. Strong, in respect to the $100,000 given Mr. Porter, the $199,000 given Mr. Liddy, the $20,000 given Mr. Magruder, the $50,000, I believe you did state, well, I'll leave that out. The $25,000, wait, also there. The $10,000 given Mr. Knopfzinger, the $15,000 given Mr. Stone, and the other $8,000 exclusive of that, the $50,000 given Mr. Langton and Mr. Hitt.
Hitt, yes, sir.
Is there any record in existence that shows what became of that money?
Senator, I do not know whether they're in existence, but in the process of preparing this final report, Secretary Stans had instructed me to sit down with each one of these individuals where there had been multiple distributions to verify the figure that I had in my records with what they had in theirs.
Yes.
So presumably at that point in time, there were records in existence in the hands of these individuals who would indicate what happened to that money if it had been spent.
But there was no records kept there, or no records that you know now in existence in the committee offices which would disclose what was done with these funds.
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Now, you became much concerned about the disbursement of some of these funds, didn't you, particularly those to Mr. Liddy?
Yes, sir.
And so when you got the orders to continue these disbursements to Mr. Liddy, which eventually went to $199,000, you expressed your concern to Mr. Stans.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And Mr. Stans told you to go ahead and continue the disbursements.
Yes, sir. He said he would check with Mr. Mitchell and came back and told me to continue.
And you told Mr. Stans, in of course your conversations with him, that you had misgivings about giving so much money to Mr. Liddy without knowing what the money would be used for.
The $83,000 was really the trigger. I'm not sure I even restricted it. In my conversation with Secretary Stans to Mr. Liddy, I said, here we have a tremendous sum of money that this committee has no control over or accountability for. I did express that general concern at that time.
And that was when you were authorized and directed to give $83,000 in cash at one time to Mr. Liddy.
Yes, sir.
And when you made the statement to Mr. Stans about your misgivings and about disbursing money without knowing what it was to be used for, Mr. Stans said, I don't want to know what the money is used for, and you don't want to know.
So I recall, Senator, it was when he returned from seeing Mr. Mitchell and said, I don't want to know and you don't want to know. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Now, as a matter of fact, wasn't a deliberate effort made at the committee not only not to report the receipt of funds, but to hide the sources of those funds?
Senator, I have no deliberate effort in that regard. And with regard to these funds, I've never had suggested to me.
Well, what about the $89,000 in Mexican checks and the Dahlberg check?
They were considered to have been pre-April 7th funds and were considered not to be covered under the new legislation.
But did the checks for the Mexican banks totaling $89,000 come into the committee offices?
Yes, sir, they did.
And they came in the committee offices in the form of checks, didn't they?
Cashier's checks, I believe.
Yes, cashier's checks from a Mexico City bank.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell why those funds were not deposited? When were those? When did they reach the committee office?
On the evening of April 5th.
How did they get there?
Mr. Roy Winchester brought them to my office that evening.
And who is Mr. Winchester?
Mr. Winchester, I believe, is the vice president of Pennzoil Corporation.
And he brought we should look at these documents that are marked Government Exhibit 112C, Government Exhibit 112D, Government Exhibit 112B, and Government Exhibit 112A, and see if you can identify them.
Yes, sir. I believe these are accurate copies of the checks I handled.
Let those be marked numbered as exhibits and received as such. What was done with those checks when they reached the committee office? First, did Mr. Winchester bring any other cash along with those checks?
Yes, sir. He came in with a briefcase that, to the best of my recollection, in terms of checks, cash, including these cashier's checks, total somewhere in the neighborhood of $700,000.
And you know where he carried that cash and those checks from?
My understanding was that these were a result of a fundraising effort in the Southwest.
In Texas?
I know Texas, but whether it was just restricted to Texas, I'm not sure.
You don't know of your own knowledge, of course, whether they came from fundraising, or whether they came from corporations.
As I recall, all the checks were individual checks. The cash funds, if I can explain, there was a listing in the briefcase, the total amount which equaled the total amount in the briefcase. Individual names were associated with each of those items.
But was any checks brought at that time in addition to these 4 Mexican checks?
Oh, yes, sir.
And how much? I thought the rest was in cash. Was I mistaken in that?
Yes, sir. I think a large proportion of it was in personal checks from contributors.
And I'd like to hand you a check that purports to be drawn on the First Bank and Trust Company of Baton Rouge, Boca Raton. A cashier's check to the order of Kenneth H. Dahlberg. I hand that to you and ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, sir. That appears to be inaccurate.
When did that check reach the office of the committee to re-elect the president?
I believe I do not know when Secretary Stans received it. I believe he turned it over to me sometime in the week following April 7th.
Now, this check was not dated till this cashier's check was not dated till April the 10th, 1972, 3 days after the new law went into effect.
Secretary Stans, in giving that check to me, told me that it represented pre-April 7th funds.
The committee proceeded upon the advice of Mr. Liddy to the effect that if somebody had promised them money before April the 7th, or they had agreed to make a disbursement before April the 7th, that did not have to be reported. Is that so?
I believe that's correct, Senator.
Now, what happened to these 4 Mexican checks?
Senator, excuse me, in response to that other question, presumably Mr. Liddy gave his advice to Secretary Stans. He did not specifically give that advice to me. It was represented to me that way by Secretary Stans.
In other words, Mr. Stans told you that this Dahlberg check had been received somewhere under some circumstances by somebody before April the 7th, and therefore, even though it hadn't reached the committee or any person authorized to receive funds on the behalf of the committee, that it was received before December the 7th. April 7th, I mean.
My understanding was that Mr. Kenneth Dahlberg, who was an authorized representative of the committee, had received it from Mr. Dwayne Andrus, and as to the exact circumstance of that arrangement, I do not know.
Well, weren't the 4 Mexican checks and the Dahlberg check deposited in a bank in Miami, Florida?
That's what I understand happened to them, Senator. That certainly was not under my instruction.
Well, can you explain to the committee why the checks were transmitted from Washington to Miami and deposited in a bank in Miami to the credit of Bernard L. Barker?
I have no idea, Senator.
Well, wouldn't you infer from those circumstances that somebody that had something to do with the checks didn't want anybody to know about the receipt of the checks and wanted to hide it?
Senator, my understanding when I received them, the judgment had been made that they were pre-April 7th contributions and therefore were not required to be reported. I did turn them over to Mr. Liddy to have them converted to cash. He handled them from there. Why he gave them to Mr. Barker, I have no idea.
Well, even though they didn't have to be reported, can you inform us as to why they were, instead of being put in the safes in the committee, why they were sent down to Florida?
I do not know why they went to Florida, Senator. The reason for the conversion of those checks to cash was to attempt to comply with the spirit of the old law of distributing an individual's contribution in $3,000 increments among pre-April 7th committees. But as those bank accounts have been closed out, the only way to do this was by converting it to cash and counting that cash as a transfer as cash on hand in the Media Committee to re-elect the President. It was reported in that figure.
I'm a little mystified. How could you comply with the old law with reference to the receipt of $3,000 or less in cash by depositing, having $114,000 deposited in the bank account of Bernard L. Barker in Miami, Florida?
Senator, I do not know any of the circumstances surrounding the deposit of the checks in Mr. Barker's account. That was not my intent in turning those checks over to Mr. Liddy.
Who instructed you to turn them over to Mr. Liddy?
I believe I took them to Mr. Liddy in response to conversations with Secretary Stans. He'd asked me, do we have any problem in handling these? I told him I did not know. I would check with our counsel. His recommended way of handling this was a conversion to cash. He offered at that time to handle that transaction for me. It took him till mid-May to return those funds to me in cash form, minus a roughly $2,500 expenditure.
Well, I hate to make the comparison, but I'll have to say that on that Mr. Liddy, in one respect, is like the Lord. He moves in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. Now, as a matter of fact, don't you know that some of the funds that were drawn out that represented proceeds of these checks, which were drawn out of the Miami Bank by Mr. Barker, were found in the possession of some of the people who were caught in the burglary in the Watergate?
I've since learned that, yes, sir.
How long was it after the break-in before you learned that?
I believe not that specific reference, but the fact that these men had been found with $100 bills in their possession came out probably within 3 days of the first week. I do not have a direct recollection of when that connection specifically was made to the bank account of Mr. Barker.
Well, during the trial in January, it was brought out that the Miami Bank in which Mr. Barker had deposited these funds had, pursuant to law, kept the serial number of $100 bills withdrawn by Barker, and that the serial numbers of 43 $100 bills found in the possession of those who burglarized the Watergate bore those signal numbers.
Yes, sir.
And that came out very early in the newspapers, didn't it?
I don't think it took too long. I think it came out certainly within a week or two.
Now, I don't mean in any of these questions make any reflection on you, because you have your testimony and your forthrightness have renewed my faith in the old adage that an honest man is the noblest work of God. And none of these questions reflect on you in any respect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No. No. Now, there was a good deal of consternation among the officers and employees of the committee to re-elect the president when it was reported on the morning of June 17th, 1972, that one of the employees of the committee, Mr. McCord, and 4 other people had been arrested in an act of burglary during the early morning hours of that day, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And that was the time that Mr. Liddy made the statement to you to the effect that some of his boys had been caught in the Watergate and that he'd made a mistake in letting one of our people participate in the matter.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yes.
Excuse me, Senator, he did not say my boys were caught last night in the Watergate. He just said my boys were caught. There was no direct connection with the Watergate.
Well, did you infer what he was talking about?
Not until after I read the newspaper, Senator. He made that comment to me before I knew of the break-in.
Now, the first person you had any conversation with about this, Mr. LaRue?
I'm not sure precisely the sequence, whether it was the Magruder conversation or the LaRue conversation in that week. It could be either one.
Yes. Well, Mr. LaRue came and talked to you. That's Mr. Frederick LaRue, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he was an aide to John Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
And had served with John Mitchell in the Department of Justice, hadn't he?
I'm not sure my own knowledge that last I knew of Mr. LaRue, he'd been at the White House.
Well, anyway, he came to you and told you he was investigating this matter at the request of Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you had been notified that the FBI wanted to see you.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. LaRue told you that not to go down and see the FBI until you had seen Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so you went to see Mr. Mitchell, and you told him you were much concerned about what had happened.
I was asking generally for guidance restricted to that situation. I guess what I was hoping for was an explanation that everything was all right. I did get no such guidance.
And the only advice you got on the subject was a philosophical observation that when the going gets tough, the tough get going.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's a sort of enigmatic expression that's worthy of the Sphinx, I guess. I don't quite understand it all, but...
I didn't really understand either.
How long was it after that before Mr. Mitchell left the committee?
Senator, I must admit that when I received news of Mr. Mitchell's departure when I was in Bermuda, that same thought did cross my mind as well. I had heard of that when I was in Bermuda, which would be probably, I guess it was July 1 that he resigned.
Well, what time did this conversation with Mr. Mitchell occur about when he said that when the going gets rough, the tough get going? What day of June was that?
I'm not precisely sure, but I think it was midpoint of that first week, probably the 21st or 22nd of June.
Now, Mr. Mitchell left on July the 1st.
Yes, sir.
Then you were so much concerned about what had happened that you requested an opportunity to speak to Mr. Haldeman.
I am not sure, in all fairness, Senator, that I may have not specifically asked to see him. I sought people out feeling that he personally should know certain information, whether it was transmitted to him or whether they would arrange an interview directly with him was not decided until the next day.
In other words, your concern was so great that you wanted an opportunity to communicate with someone in the White House your misgivings.
Yes, sir. At this point in time, my judgment was that there was a strong possibility that the entire, essentially high command of the political side of the campaign was involved in this affair, and that the only way to look at it essentially from an internal standpoint was to get someone in the White House at that point to take a look at their own campaign organization.
Now, you did go to the White House.
Yes, sir.
And that was the 23rd about?
Yes, sir, it was the 23rd.
And you got to talk to Mr. Dwight Chapin, the President's Appointment Secretary.
Yes, sir.
And you told him that you were very much concerned about this, what had happened.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Chapin suggested you take a vacation.
Yes, sir, he did.
Mr. Chapin didn't suggest that you talk to Mr. Haldeman.
No, sir. I made the assumption that if he felt that I was that overwrought and with the information I'd given him, that presumably he would convey that information to Mr.
Well,
Haldeman.
didn't you think it was time for some honest man to be overwrought?
I was overwrought,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
And Mr. Chapin tried to impress upon you the fact that that it was necessary to protect the president.
He made that comment, yes, sir.
Well, after you saw Mr. Chapin, then you talked to Mr. John L. Ehrlichman, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you tried to tell him about it.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Ehrlichman said, you told Mr. Ehrlichman that it was evident to you that somebody external to the campaign should look into this matter.
I'm not sure whether I precisely said that. Certainly my purpose in being there, which I think I conveyed, was that there's a tremendous problem over here that somebody needs to take a look at. Yes, sir.
In other words, the idea you were trying to impress upon Mr. Ehrlichman was that somebody in the White House or somebody outside of the committee to re-elect the president should make an investigation of this matter.
Whether I put it in quite those strong terms, I was trying to express a concern that there was a major problem in my judgment at the campaign. Yes, sir.
Which ought to be investigated by somebody other than members of the committee to re-elect the president.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And Mr. Ehrlichman told you that he didn't want to know anything about it.
When I began to try to get specific as to details of probably in the area of money, I think he interpreted my concerns as being personal concerns, which I did have as well. And suggested to me that since I had worked at the White House, I essentially had a special relationship with the White House. If I had personal problems, he'd be glad to arrange a lawyer for me or see that I had a lawyer. With regard to his hearing any further information, he stated that as far as he was concerned, he didn't want to know the details, that his position personally would be to take executive privilege on this matter until after the election.
Yes. So Mr. Ehrlichman at that time was what was known as the chief domestic advisor to the president, wasn't he?
Yes, sir, he was.
And so when you try to tell the chief domestic advisor to the president that there should be an investigation of this matter, the chief domestic advisor to the president said he didn't want to know anything about it, and if he did learn anything about it, he was going to take executive privilege after the election was over.
Essentially, that's correct. I don't believe I probably used the word investigation. I think there's more implied that if there's a problem, one would assume he'd want to look into it.
Who did you see first on that visit to the White House, which you say you think occurred on the 23rd of June, Mr. Chapin or Mr. Ehrlichman?
My best recollection, Senator, is that I probably saw Mr. Chapin around noon and Mr. Ehrlichman around 2 o'clock.
Now, it was the same day, was it, that Secretary Stans suggested to you that the $81,000, which was still left in the safes at the committee, should be divided and you should take half home and that he would take dispose some way, take custody of the other half?
Yes, sir. That's my best recollection.
Then on it was the same day that you had a conversation with Mr. Robert Mardian.
It's the next day, Senator.
The next day. That'd be the 24th?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Mardian gave you the impression that he had succeeded Mr. LaRue as the investigator on behalf of the committee of these matters.
He was clearly looking into it, and whether I had the direct impression from him or from other sources, it was clear in my mind that he had the authority at that point to talk to and investigate the matter among other staff members.
Now, at that time, you and your wife had been planning to take a vacation to Bermuda.
Yes, sir.
And when Mr. Martin asked you something about the financial transactions and about how much money Mr. Liddy and Mr. Porter Dwight Chapin, the President's Appointment Secretary.
Yes, sir.
And you told him that you were very much concerned about this, what had happened.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Chapin suggested you take a vacation.
Yes, sir, he did.
Mr. Chapin didn't suggest that you talk to Mr. Haldeman.
No, sir. I made the assumption that if he felt that I was that overwrought and with the information I'd given him, that presumably he would convey that information to Mr. Haldeman.
Well, didn't you think it was time for some honest man to be overwrought?
I was overwrought,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
And Mr. Chapin tried to impress upon you the fact that that it was necessary to protect the President.
He made that comment, yes, sir.
Well, after you saw Mr. Chapin, then you talked to Mr. John L. Erdman, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you tried to tell him about it.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Ehrlichman said, you told Mr. Ehrlichman that it was evident to you that somebody external to the campaign should look into this matter.
I'm not sure whether I precisely said that. Certainly my purpose in being there, which I think I conveyed, was that there's a tremendous problem over here that somebody needs to take a look at. Yes, sir.
In other words, the idea you were trying to impress upon Mr. Ehrlichman was that somebody in the White House or somebody outside of the committee to re-elect the President should make an investigation of this matter.
Whether I put it in quite those strong terms, I was trying to express a concern that there was a major problem in my judgment at the campaign. Yes,
which
sir.
ought to be investigated by somebody other than members of the committee to re-elect the President.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And Mr. Ehrlichman told you that he didn't want to know anything about it.
He, when I began to try to get specific as to details that probably in the area of money, I think he interpreted my concerns as being personal concerns, which I did have as well, and suggested to me that since I had worked at the White House, I essentially had a special relationship with the White House. If I had personal problems, he'd be glad to arrange a lawyer for me or see that I had a lawyer. With regard to his hearing any further information, he stated that as far as he was concerned, he didn't want to know the details, that his position personally would be to take executive privilege on this matter until after the election.
Yes. So Mr. Ehrlichman at that time was what was known as the chief domestic advisor to the President, wasn't he?
Yes, sir, he was.
And so when you try to tell the chief domestic advisor to the President that there should be an investigation of this matter, the chief domestic advisor to the president said he didn't want to know anything about it, and if he did learn anything about it, he was going to take executive privilege after the election was over.
Essentially, that's correct. I don't believe I probably used the word investigation. I think there's more implied that if there's a problem, one would assume he'd want to look into it.
Who did you see first on that visit to the White House, which you say you think occurred on the 23rd of June, Mr. Chapin or Mr. Ehrlichman?
My best recollection, Senator, is that I probably saw Mr. Chapin around noon and Mr. Ehrlichman around 2 o'clock.
Now, it was the same day, was it, that Secretary Stans suggested to you that the $81,000, which was still left in the safes at the committee, should be divided, and you should take half home, and that he would take dispose some way? Take custody of the other half.
Yes, sir. That's my best recollection.
Then on it was the same day that you had a conversation with Mr. Robert Mardian.
It's the next day, Senator.
The next day. That'd be the 24th?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Mardian gave you the impression that he had succeeded Mr. LaRue as the investigator on behalf of the committee of these matters.
He was clearly looking into it, whether I had the direct impression from him or from other sources. It was clear in my mind that he had the authority at that point to talk to and investigate the matter, among other staff members.
Now, at that time, you and your wife had been planning to take a vacation to Bermuda.
Yes, sir.
And when Mr. Martin asked you something about the financial transactions and about how much money Mr. Liddy and Mr. Porter had gotten, and you told him.
Yes, sir.
Approximately. And then he advised you to go on your vacation.
I think when I told him, Senator, at that point I just completed the summary report the day before. I think I gave him a very precise figure. I indicated to him a concern because of the investigations going on at that point in time, whether I should in fact go on a vacation under these circumstances. He did not give me an answer at that point in time, but called me at home later in the day.
Now, you, pursuant to this advice, you did go to Bermuda.
Yes, sir.
And returned on July the 4th.
The 3rd.
3rd. Well, on July the 4th, Mr. LaRue obtained from you the $40,000 which you had taken from the committee's safes and had put in a trunk at your home.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And Mr. Stans gave the $40,000 that he had assumed custody of to Mr. LaRue.
That's what he indicated to me when I checked on the propriety of having turned that money over to Mr. LaRue.
Now, then that same day or same evening, Mr. Magruder called you and asked you to come to the Black Horse Tavern.
Yes, sir.
And you went to the Black Horse Tavern, and Mr. Magruder suggested to you that you and he go down and talk to United States District Attorney Titus.
Yes, sir.
And that he wanted you to tell Mr. Titus that you had given only approximately $40,000 to Mr. Liddy.
Yes, sir.
Now, had you told Mr. Magruder, or did you tell him in that conversation that the amount that you had given to Mr. Liddy was $199,000 or thereabouts?
Senator, I don't believe I did on that occasion. The next morning, I knew he knew that was not a correct figure because he himself had authorized a figure in the magnitude of $83,000.
Well, you told him that you would talk to him the next day about it.
Yes, sir.
And you did talk to him about the next day, and you told him that if you went down to see District Attorney Titus, that you were going to make a disclosure of the truth in respect to the amount you gave to Mr. Liddy.
Yes, sir. I was unprepared to
lie. And Mr. Magruder pursued the subject no further.
That is correct.
Then on the evening of July the 6th, you met with Mr. Kenneth Parkinson and Mr. Paul O'Brien, counsel for the subcommittee, the committee to re-elect the president.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And they suggested that they were afraid that you would be called before the grand jury very soon, and it would be well for your health or the committee's health or somebody's health for you to take a trip to California.
Senator, I think I expressed the concern about the grand jury. I said I was trying to get information on what I was supposed to do. My personnel themselves had been subpoenaed that same day, And in response to my concerns, they had not talked to me prior to that point. I reviewed the entire financial disbursements to these key individuals with them. They were shocked by that. They indicated they'd been lied to and requested of myself to consider a trip to give them time to confront the officials, which they indicated to me had lied to them, but they did not identify the officials.
Yes. Well, in that night, after you got home, you got a call from Fred LaRue, who urged you to go to California.
Yes, sir, that's right. He, as a matter of fact, urged me to leave the house that evening.
Did he give you any reason why he thought that you ought to go to California?
I just do not recall, Senator. It certainly was in the context, I think, of a grand jury appearance that...
Did Mr. LaRue or anybody else about that time tell you that it'd be well for you to be out of town a few days so the person's help could get some stories arranged? Or anything like that?
No, sir.
No reason whatever was given for you, the desirability of your going to California?
Oh, the reason, Senator, was that they wished time to confront the officials at the committee. My information was new to them. They wanted to confront the committee officials who presumably had given them different information than I had.
Now, when you did go to California, was out for several days, and when you came back, I believe it was Friday the 13th, wasn't it? July?
Yes, sir.
That's an unlucky day, isn't it? I've always heard. At that time, Mr. Frederick LaRue met you at the Watergate restaurant and advised you that you ought to either commit perjury or take the Fifth Amendment if you went to the grand jury.
No, sir. I don't think he advised me to commit perjury. I think the emphasis in that conversation was he was implying to me that I had campaign law problems and that I should very well consider the option of taking the Fifth Amendment. It was at that point that I told him the decisions I'd already made, and I told him that in saying that I would not consider the Fifth Amendment, that I would also not consider perjury, that I had every intention of telling the truth as I knew it.
Well, he made any suggestion to you at that time or prior to that time that you ought to minimize in your testimony before the grand jury the amount that you had given to Mr. Liddy?
Not in relation to any particular proceeding, but very early in that first week, he had suggested to me that the amount, and I did not have a precise figure, but I knew the general magnitude would be very politically sensitive and damaging, and that there was a need to come in with a lesser figure.
Well, anyway, you drew the inference that Mr. LaRue thought and expressed his thoughts at the meeting of the Watergate restaurant, that the only alternatives open before you, as he saw it, was either to minimize the amount that you'd given Mr. Liddy or to plead the Fifth Amendment.
By the time of the Watergate meeting, the luncheon, I do not believe we were at that point were even talking about the Liddy figure any longer. I think he was talking about the Fifth Amendment to deny any information on the subject, period.
Yes. And you told him you would not take the Fifth Amendment?
Yes, sir. I believe what I told him at that point in time was that I did not wish to consider it as I understood it, but that I would, I would want to have private, separate counsel before I made that kind of a decision.
Did Mr. LaRue in that same conversation suggest to you that he thought that you ought to resign from the committee?
No, sir. I told him that's what I thought I ought to do.
You told him you thought he ought to. And so did he suggest to you that you call Mr. Stans about that? Or did you tell him you were going to call Mr. Stans about that?
No, he indicated to me when we left that he would check with the political leadership without mentioning names, I recall, and he suggested that I talk to Secretary Stans, that he would let me know what the political people thought, which he never did.
And you did call Mr. Stans, and Mr. Stans told you the next morning that you ought not to discuss this matter over the telephone, but to come up to the office and talk to him there.
Yes, sir, but he asked me to stay home until after he talked to the investigators from the Federal Bureau, and that I should come in following that interview.
Now, you remember what day of the month that was?
It was The 14th of July. I'm not sure what day of the week that is.
Now, you talked to the FBI. Oh, you had already talked. Had you talked to the FBI at that time? Or did you say that they asked you first about whether you knew Baldwin?
Yes, sir. That was the only subject matter they covered with me in the one interview I had with them prior to leaving the committee.
After that, you had a conversation. You talked to the United States District Attorney.
Mr. Silbert, yes, sir.
You talked to Mr. Silbert, or was United States District Attorney Titus there?
No, sir. I believe was that Mr. Peterson? Mr. Titus came in at one point during the interview just to say hello. He did not sit in on the...
Yes, he didn't stay.
No, sir, he did not sit in on the...
Now, this was on July the 20th, preceding the September in which bills of indictment were returned, and preceding the January in which the trial of those bills of indictments began, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And on that occasion, you told Mr. Silbert about having given Mr. Liddy $199,000 in cash.
Yes, sir.
You told him about the efforts on the part of Mr. Magruder and perhaps others, I believe you said the next day or a day later, about to persuade you to commit perjury in case you went before the grand jury. And you say you told him virtually everything that you've told this committee today.
I believe so, Senator. There may be some amplifying information that's developed since then, but to the best of my recollection, I related to them the essential facts I have to you here today.
And that was after it had been stated in the press that $4,300 and $100 bills, which came from the campaign funds of the committee to re-elect the president, were found in the possession of the people who burglarized the Watergate.
Yes, sir. That is correct. Thanks.
My attention has been called to the fact that this statement appeared about the case appeared in the Washington Post on June the 24th.
So then it would have been after that.
Now, after that, you went before the grand jury.
Yes, sir.
And that was on the day following your meeting with Mr. Silbert, in which you told him virtually everything you've told this committee today.
I saw Mr. Silbert on two occasions prior to the grand jury. My attorney saw him on one. I think I saw him also a third time just prior to appearing before the grand jury, and testified before the grand jury on July 31st.
Yeah, and you went before the grand jury. Now, was any lawyer there representing the prosecution at the time you testified before the grand jury?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Senator.
Was there any lawyer present in the grand jury when you testified there?
Mr. Silbert and Mr. Campbell.
And did they ask you questions?
Yes, sir, they did.
Did they ask you questions about the payment of the $199,000 to Mr. Liddy?
Yes, sir, they did.
Did they ask you questions about the efforts to the advice that you'd received from Mr. Magruder and others to commit perjury?
Yes, sir. I would say if roughly an hour's time I spent before the grand jury, I would say that half of that time roughly was devoted to the Magruder approach to me.
Then later you testified in the trial of the cases before Judge Sirica.
Yes, sir.
Who had the primary charge of the case for the government before Judge Sirica?
Mr. Silbert.
Did he question you?
Yes, sir.
Did he ask you any questions about you paying the $199,000 to Mr. Liddy?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And Mr. Liddy at that time was on trial.
Yes, sir.
Did he ask you anything about any efforts of Mr. Magruder or others to persuade you to commit perjury?
No, sir, he did not.
Were there any questions asked by him concerning the activities of officers or employees of the committee to re-elect the president?
I don't believe so. I'm not positive of that, Senator.
Were you present when Mr. Magruder was interrogated by counsel in the criminal prosecution?
No, sir. I've never been present when Mr. Magruder's been interrogated.
Were you present when Mr. Silva made his argument to the jury?
No, sir.
Did you hear any statement made by any counsel in the case that there's no evidence that anybody was implicated in the Watergate affair except the 7 men on trial?
I'm not sure, Senator. The only period of my appearance at the trial was just my own testimony.
Do you recall of the prosecution of Bernard L. Barker in Miami in connection with an allegation about that he had falsely notarized the signature of Kenneth Dahlberg?
Yes, sir. I testified at that trial.
Did you have a conversation with anyone, with John Dean? Well, did you have a conversation with anyone concerning the trial in Miami, Florida?
I did not. I had one conversation with John Dean myself, not specifically with regard to the trial, but in terms of the extradition proceedings in Virginia, where he just expressed a hope that my attorneys would oppose extradition.
Yes.
Following that, one of my attorneys, Mr. Trees, received a direct phone call from Mr. Dean.
Now, Mr. James T. Trees was your attorney, and he's the gentleman that's sitting right behind you, the counsel there.
Yes, sir, he is.
And what did Mr. Trees tell you that had occurred?
He related to me that Mr. Dean had called him and indicated that Duke Sloan would be a real hero over here if he took the Fifth Amendment.
That is in Florida.
Yes, sir.
In the case in Florida, you'd be a real hero. Did Mr. Dean talk to you yourself about resisting extradition to testify in the Florida case?
Yes, sir.
And he advised you to oppose extradition?
He expressed the hope that my attorneys would. Yes, sir.
Mr. Trees, I wonder if you'd mind testifying a moment. Just stand up there and take the oath. You swear that the evidence that you shall give to the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Did you attorney for Mr. Hugh W. Sloan?
That's correct.
And did you receive a call on about October the 21st, 1972, from concerning in which you received a suggestion that about what Mr. Sloan should do in his testimony in Florida?
Senator, I received the call on October 31st on that subject.
And do you know who the call was from?
Yes, Senator, it was from John Dean.
What conversation did you have with him?
Mr. Dean called trying to locate Mr. Sloan. That happened to be the day that Mr. Sloan and Mr. Stoner departed for Florida in order to participate in the trial in Miami. As a matter of fact, Mr. Dean had just missed Mr. Sloan, who had left about a half an hour before the call. He called to discuss the case very briefly with me, and he said, "Are you prepared to advise your client to take the Fifth Amendment?" I laughed. I'd like to explain that. I didn't think it was particularly comical as I look back at it now, but taken in the context of the events at that time, to invoke the Fifth Amendment on that kind of case, knowing Hugh Sloan as I did and knowing about the case what I did, was probably like swatting flies with sledgehammers. It just was so out of place and inappropriate that it did cause me to laugh. Well, he pursued the matter and said Hugh could be a real hero around here if he took the Fifth. And I said, John, relax. Hugh is with Jim Stoner. He's fully protected. This case has absolutely nothing to do with the Watergate. It just happens to be a case that has come up involving one of the participants in the Watergate. It is going to draw an undue amount of publicity and attention, and
quite frankly, Senator, I believed at that time that he was reacting in terms of public relations considerations rather than a legal analysis of the case. I did make a promise to him to try to get hold of Hugh and Jim Stoner at National Airport by having them paged at the Eastern Airline counter, and I signed off with them at that point. I tried to get them. It was about 15 minutes before their flight time and missed them. I called Mr. Dean back and said, "You have absolutely nothing to worry about, Mr. Dean. Hugh Sloan is not going to take the Fifth Amendment. It's just totally inappropriate in a case of this nature."
Yeah. Thank you very much. You can stand aside and Mr. Sloan come back stand. Mr. Sloan, do you know Lee Nunn?
Yes, sir, I do.
What position did he have in respect to the committee to re-elect the president?
He was a vice chairman of the Finance Committee to re-elect the president.
Did he ever give you an advice as to what you should do in respect to testifying about any of the matters that are being investigated?
He personally never suggested anything to me except to tell the truth. He relayed to me in a telephone conversation the fact that an individual who he refused to name to me from the political committee upstairs had come to his office with the suggestion that he used Mr. Nunn's friendship with me to pressure me to take the Fifth Amendment. I understood him to convey that conversation to me on the basis of friendship. He told me that he essentially told the gentleman, whoever it was, that he would in no way advise anybody in my position who Mr. Nunn said was merely taking orders in this situation to take the Fifth Amendment. And he just conveyed the fact he wanted me to know that there were pressures, external pressures, that might well be brought to bear on me in terms of my testimony as these various cases develop.
Now, the only identification he gave to you concerning the person who had called him was that he was an official of the committee to re-elect the president.
Yes, sir. I had the distinct impression it was a staff member of the political committee.
Yes. But he told you that he was conveying the message to you, but that he would advise you to tell the truth.
No, he was not conveying that individual's request to me.
Oh.
He told the gentleman he would in no way ever advise me to take that course of action. He called me just to let me know the fact that someone had approached him with that kind of a request.
Yes.
It was purely an informative thing to alert me that pressures might be brought to bear on me over a period of time.
Well, I still repeat what I said earlier in my interrogation of you. I think you have strengthened my faith in the old adage that an honest man is the noblest work of God. And I'll also meditate for a moment on the old poetic saying that what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, take as much time.
You've certainly been very full in your information to the committee, Mr. Sloan. I think we've covered just about all that you know about. There are one or two little loose ends I'd like to clean up to satisfy myself. On the interrogation just recently by the chairman, let's go back to that Mexican Dahlberg transaction.
Yes, sir.
When did you give the checks to Liddy?
Essentially what happened here, Senator, the 4 Mexican checks had come in the night of April 5th. They were drawn in a foreign bank. I had no knowledge of whether they were even legal or whether they could be accepted into the campaign. We were so busy in that period of time, I essentially set aside anything that was a problem area to get through this transition period. When I probably sometime during that following week, I addressed myself to the problem areas. This was, in this case, clear by the dates in the checks that they had been issued prior to April 7th.
I might say I'm really not interested in retracing ground that we've covered before. I'm just curious about the date you gave them to Mr. Liddy.
I would think it was probably sometime in the week following April 7th, probably within a 10-day period.
And he said he would take care of cashing them.
If I can correct that, Senator, just because of thinking of the Dahlberg check that I gave to him immediately after I received it from Secretary Stans, I would say I probably gave it to him within a day or two after April 7th.
Now then, you testified that he returned the cash to you when?
My best recollection, it was in 2 installments, probably separated by a week or two in mid-May.
And how much was involved in cash?
What went out was $114,000. I think it came back $2,500 short.
Now, did you ever inquire in that intervening time, I think nearly a month went by, what happened to the money? After all, he was simply to cash these checks and bring back the money, wasn't he?
Yes, sir. I did question him on that. He said, I've given them to people in different places in the country, and it takes a while, and I'll get them back as soon as I can.
Did he ever explain the brokerage fee of $2,500?
I asked him that question, Senator. He indicated that there were expenses involved. He never gave me a detailed breakdown. At that point in time, it was an accomplished fact. I essentially wrote it off, but I believe I told Secretary Stans of the fact that it had been short by that much.
Weren't you rather surprised that it came back that short?
Yes, sir. That's a pretty large fee.
I judge from, of course, what we've learned in the testimony here that the money was used for the Watergate operation.
Evidently, what happened here, Senator, I think, is that I did receive back the $112,000. They went into this safe where the funds were commingled, and what I suspect probably happened, that some of those same physical $100 bills were paid out again to Mr. Liddy in either that $83,000 disbursement, but probably in the later two $12,000.
Well, that was going to be my question. Where did you think he got the money to return to you? And you think he got it out of some of those first payments out of his $250,000 budget?
Yes, sir. I think he, in time-wise, I think it must have been part of the two $12,000 disbursements or distributions that I made to him in late May or even early June.
By the way, on this Fifth Amendment advice of Mr. Dean's, did you tell the committee about that before?
This committee?
Yes.
We told the staff investigators, yes, sir.
A little bit of background. It's my understanding that you worked in the White House before you went to the committee to re-elect the president?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
For whom did you work?
Dwight Chapin.
How long?
2.5 years.
And did you know in the White House Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Ehrlichman, and Mr. Dean?
Yes, sir, I knew all of them quite well.
You knew them quite well?
Yes, sir.
You used to see a good deal of them?
I wouldn't say that I saw them regularly. I was at a different staff level than they were. Most of the work went through somebody else, but I was certainly on a friendly, working kind of relationship with them.
On the $20,000 payment to Mr. Magruder, did you seek Mr. Stans' approval on that?
I really don't precisely recall. I think that I accepted that on his own authority since he was in a position to give blanket authority to other individuals within the campaign.
And do you know what he used it for?
I have no direct knowledge. I, just by rumor, heard that it went to pay for a book by Mr. Victor Lasky. The reason I'm aware of that is that I was talking to Mr. Van Shumway, who is a press spokesman for the Committee for the Re-election of the President. At a time, he had a press inquiry to the effect that Mr. Lasky had identified the Committee for the Re-election of the President as the source of money for a book he had written. And Mr. Van Shumway asked me whether that was the $20,000 I had given to Mr. Magruder, and I said I do not factually know.
Well, what was the book?
I've forgotten the title.
Was it used in the campaign?
I think it was.
We've gone over this before, but I'm curious, how many people advise you to leave town from time to time? And I'm just interested in the number and who they are.
I think the only occasion where I was specifically requested to consider a trip was the occasion of going to California. And this was a request by Mr. Parkinson and Mr. O'Brien, although they said they obviously could not essentially ask me to do it. They said, would I consider it? The reason they gave me at that time was that they felt they had been lied to by other officials, and the information I was giving them for the first time...
I recall that. I'm just, again, interested in names now, not what has been testified before as to why they told you to leave town. Didn't others sort of make that suggestion, though?
I think only in the telephone conversation from Mr. LaRue that night. He emphasized the urgency of my departure.
Going back to the $350,000 to the White House through Mr. Strong, weren't you curious about that sum of money and what it was going to be used for?
Senator, after having been through essentially 2 years in this campaign where there is a very clear separation of a decision as to what money is used for resting with a political campaign, I think my curiosity had really run out by that point in time. So much money had, in a similar way, been distributed by me without knowledge. I was beyond the point of really asking questions.
Did you ever hear Mr. Stans, Mr. Magruder, or anyone give any reason for this large disbursement?
No, sir.
You testified that you talked to John Dean on many occasions.
Yes, sir.
Now, why was that? He was counsel for the president. He didn't have anything to do with the committee to re-elect, did he?
This essentially was after I had left the committee. It was in a period of time, I'm not sure precisely the time sequence.
Well, first of all, now, did you talk to him at all when you were with the committee?
In earlier periods with regard to advice on campaign law, particularly the Old Corrupt Practices Act, prior to the time we had a full-time counsel with our committee.
I see. Now then, go on about the other occasions.
I don't believe I had any regular contact with him other than that context while I was at the Finance Committee. When I left, I saw him the day I resigned and after I'd retained counsel, or thought I'd retained counsel, because this had taken a considerable period of time and my car that was parked in a towaway zone by the White House had been towed away, and sort of a frustrating day at that point.
Well, what was that? I missed that.
My car, which I had parked in a towaway zone, that day lasted beyond the 4:30, and my car had disappeared following my resignation, and the only person...
Was that any connection with Watergate?
I don't believe so, Senator. I was somewhat frustrated at that point and turned to John Dean if he might be of some assistance in locating where the Metropolitan Police Department might have placed it, and he was very helpful in that regard.
He certainly has a lot of contacts. Well, continue now on your contacts with Mr. Dean after you left the committee.
Yes, sir. He, as did Herb Kalmbach and Maury Stans, throughout this period, essentially would call me every week or so and see how I was doing and take the temperature of the water, so to speak.
Well, now, could you give us a little more about these conversations?
I really can't, Senator. They're very indefinite. Maury Stans occasionally would ask me advice on some of the civil litigation that had come up. What do you think we ought to do about this? And how's your family? And generally that kind of a conversation. There were a number, but I really can't characterize them in terms of any specific substantive material.
But this was Dean calling you now.
Yes, sir, and at various times I would call him. At that point I understood he was handling within the White House the investigation of this matter. I sought him out shortly after I resigned to give him the same information I'd given everybody else with regard to the money and the Magruder approach.
Then, as I understand it, these were conversations generally by him to you to find out anything he could find out. Is that it?
Well, he generally was not, in my judgment, was that he was not seeking information from me with regard to what had happened after I resigned and the money and the Magruder approach. I really had to force it on him. I went over and saw him one day, and I said, this is what I think's happened. I sort of understand you're doing an investigation. And at one point we had a conversation about Mr. Magruder, who was continuing on. I said, and I think this must have been later after well, I'm not sure of the exact timing, but I expressed a feeling to him that I had felt so strongly about what Mr. Magruder had, not even so much what he'd suggested, but what he had forced on me in way of a personal decision. And the very nature of the suggestion that I expressed to Mr. Dean, the thought that if Mr. Magruder ever were presented before a Senate committee for confirmation for a high public office, that I would personally seek out that committee and voluntarily testify against him.
What did Mr. Dean say to that?
He said, it will never happen.
How many phone conversations would you say you had with him, and during what period of time? Just approximately, as best you can remember.
I'm really not sure, Senator. I think it might have come up 2-3 weeks apart throughout the period leading up to the trial.
This is from July 1972 until January 1973.
Yes, sir.
And is it your impression then that he made these conversations because he was in charge of the White House investigation, the Watergate investigation?
No, my impression more was it was a personal concern. He was just checking to see how I was. He was involved with Herb Kalmbach, for instance, had offered to assist me in seeking private employment. We discussed my going to law school. He suggests I see John Dean on that matter, if John had any suggestions. It was generally this kind of a conversation.
Has he ever made any suggestion to you other than the one you discussed with the chairman on the Fifth Amendment advice so far as testimony either the grand jury or this committee is concerned?
No, sir. I don't believe he's ever given me any legal advice in that context.
In all of these conversations, did he ever mention the name of President Nixon?
Not that I recall, Senator.
You testified that you went to California. That was when you were asked to leave town for a while. I don't think you told us what you did in California. Would you describe to the committee what you did there?
Well, I forget where Secretary Stans was. I couldn't join up with him till that Sunday night. There was a meeting on the California budget.
Come back.
Senator Gurney has stopped in the middle of his questioning to allow committee members to vote on a Farm Bill amendment that is now on the Senate floor. Obviously nothing to do with Watergate. Public television's coverage of the Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
The Senate has just rejected an amendment by Senator Hubert Humphrey that would have required the federal government to maintain reserves of feed grains. And now Senator Gurney resumes his questioning of Hugh Sloan.
Senator Gurney. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we were discussing the time that you were in California, Mr. Sloan.
Yes, sir.
If you would describe what your activities were there at that time.
Until that Sunday evening when I joined Secretary Stans, I had gone to San Francisco and spent a day and a half in my hotel room, essentially. Joined Secretary Stans for this budget meeting. When we concluded that, we flew to, I think, Portland, Oregon, where we had fundraising meetings. I think there's one other stop, and then we went to Des Moines for a meeting there, and that's the point I had a call to come on back.
From whom?
I'm not sure whether it was one of the attorneys or Fred LaRue himself. I was asked to come back a day earlier than the scheduled trip for Secretary Stans.
What about the discussions on the budget? What budget was this?
At this point in time, we were attempting, I think probably for the first time in a presidential campaign, to incorporate the 50 state budgets in an overall budget nationally. And there was rather acrimonious discussion of what was a proper amount for California to do the job they thought they ought to do. It was people had gone out there to try to solve a problem that existed.
While you were in California, did you have any telephone discussions with anyone in the committee to re-elect here in Washington?
I probably did. I'm sure I probably checked with my office secretary. I recall none that would be pertinent in this context.
We have covered this before, the rather humorous advice you received from Mr. Mitchell, and I don't want to go over that again, except that I would wish you would explain in more detail exactly how the conference between you and Mr. LaRue and Mr. Mitchell came about.
I was talking to Mr. LaRue in his office about these general financial matters, particularly about a $50,000 contribution that Mr. Porter had brought in post-April 7th, for which there was no identification of the donor. It was during this conversation that I had a call from my secretary indicating the two gentlemen from the Bureau were waiting in my office to see me. I asked Fred what I should do, and he said, well, before you go down, I think you ought to see John Mitchell. And he said, why don't you wait here, and I'll go down and see him. He went down and came back in a few minutes and took me down. In the room, I believe, was Bob Mardian.
He took you to Mr. Mitchell's office?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mardian was there, I believe. Of course, Mr. LaRue, myself, possibly Jeb Magruder. Mr. Mardian suggested the first thing I ought to do is calm down a little bit.
Now, this is when you first entered the office?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mardian was the first person who said anything?
I believe that was the sequence, yes, sir.
Go on.
And then it was a very brief meeting. I think I essentially said, what's going on? The agents are here. They want to talk to me. And my assumption at that point was that they were probably there to talk about financial matters. I was hoping for some enlightenment or somebody to say, well, don't worry about it. We've got an accounting of all this or something of that sort. Instead, I got the remark of Mr. Mitchell's, and
that was the only thing that was said in this meeting?
Senator, I'm sure there was more said, but that essentially rocked me back so far on my heels I've forgotten all the rest. I came away from that meeting with a feeling of absolute no guidance as far as what I should do with the FBI, and particularly no guidance with regard to the whole general problem.
How long did the meeting last?
I think it was only a couple minutes because the Bureau was waiting.
Was the advice flippant? Was it serious? What was it?
I don't think anybody was being flip. I think he was being serious, but I did not understand what he meant to convey by that remark.
The same thing I'd like to go over again, the Chapin and Ehrlichman meetings. These were very important. Well, by the way, in that meeting with Mitchell, LaRue, Marty, and Magruder and yourself, did the name of President Nixon come up at all?
No, sir. Senator, as a blanket answer to that question, I don't believe the President's name has come up in any conversations I've had with anybody in any meaningful way.
Well, now let's go to these Chapin-Ehrlichman meetings again. And there, again, could you construct in narrative detail about the meetings? I met with Mr. Chapin at 12 o'clock.
I really, with the passage of time, cannot really reconstruct the nature of the way I expressed a concern to them. The responses, as in the case of Mr. Mitchell's response, were very cryptic, and they stick very strongly in my mind. Beyond that, I really cannot be very helpful on the nature of the meeting.
Mr. Chapin, of course, had been your boss for 2.5 years, hadn't he?
Yes, sir.
How long was that meeting?
I'm not sure, probably 20 minutes. We discussed some other things.
Did you discuss with him any of the Liddy payments?
I am just not sure. I suspect, Senator, at that point in time, I would probably have been very reluctant to make any specific accusations in terms of Mr. Liddy or anybody else. I think I was attempting to convey the general information that there's a hell of a problem over there and somebody has really got to look into it.
Then, as best you can say, even though, well, how long was the Ehrlichman meeting?
I'm just not sure, Senator. It was very, aside from the remark, they were all very friendly, talked about other things, families, and, I mean, there was a period of time of normal social interchange prior to getting into these specifics we've discussed here.
And the only discussion was just a indication on your part of a general alarm at what was going on down at the committee to re-elect, and somebody ought to do something about it. Is that about it?
And also a personal fear, I think, with regard to the situation I found myself in. I just cannot reconstruct my own thinking or what I would have conveyed at that particular point in time.
And again, was there any indication in these meetings that President Nixon knew anything about what was going on at the committee to re-elect the president?
No, sir. The President's name, just in any conversation I had with anybody with regard to the Watergate or related matters, I don't believe it's ever come up.
The summaries of cash disbursements that you gave to Mr. Stans, and then your testimony is that you destroyed these after you gave them. Why was that? Why didn't you keep a record of those?
Senator, my understanding of Secretary Stans' instruction, and I think this has to be put somewhat in the context of what was happening there, we'd had a number of different kinds of records. Decision had been made to remove all the pre-April 7th records from the committee as a part of the past. The question was constructing the kind of records for internal use that we would want to have available to us as an aid in our fundraising post-April 7th. Essentially, if you were after a man you target him as a man capable of giving $50,000, you would want to have available to you a record that indicates he's already given 25 in the pre-April 7th period. So you went back to him, you would have this fact in mind. So there was a 2.5-month period attempting to unscramble essentially what was a nightmare influx April 5th and 6th and put this in a usable form. This finally consisted of the cash summary on one side and on the other a total listing of all contributors $1,000 and above by category. For instance, Category 1 might have been all contributors who've given above $250,000. Category 2 might be $100,000 above, for instance. So that what was being requested was either a single copy or two copies to be tightly held of this kind of information. And the request that had been made of me by Secretary Stans was a single copy of this final report. In destroying the backup material, I did so with the clear and positive understanding relayed to me by him that he intended the material I gave him, which covered the same transactions essentially in a different format, as a permanent record of the campaign. I assumed that that record would still be in existence, but it evidently is not.
And you also understood as a part of that transaction that he wanted you to get rid of the backup information, so there'd only be one copy in his possession?
I suppose it's an inference. He asked for one, and the recommendation to me, or the conversation that led to my destroying the earlier reports and the summary book was with Mr. Kalmbach when I asked his advice. Now that we've checked all this out and I've got this final report ready, what do you think I ought to do with these records? He had operated as my boss through the entire earlier period, had a very close relationship with Secretary Stans, so he was clearly a person I would look to for guidance in this kind of a situation.
Now then, on this whole business of cash, some of which you deposited according to the graph up there and some was paid out, was there any general discussion with you or between you and Mr. Stans or anybody else as to how cash was to be handled? That is, what was to be kept in safes and what was to be deposited in bank accounts?
I would say the physical security of the money would be a judgment I would have made as to where to keep it. I would say within handling of any deposits or any distributions of this fund, I never made, with a possible one exception of reimbursing somebody for a travel expense when there wasn't somebody else to write a check. I would say virtually every decision was made by somebody else, and with regard to the deposits, all those instructions came from Secretary Stans.
Well, what were those instructions? You come on board as treasurer, and Stans is the fundraiser. Somebody must have said all cash that comes in we're going to put in a lockbox or a safe. Did anybody say that, and when did they say it? Who made that decision?
Senator, this goes all the way back to March of '71, and I'm not quite sure how it evolved. But it was clearly my responsibility in terms of preserving the physical security and a record of what was received in cash and what was not.
Well, I understand that, but my question really is, who made the decision that cash would be kept in safes and lockboxes and not deposited in bank accounts?
I would have to make an assumption here just because I would not have made the decision myself. I would suspect that this procedure evolved back in the period of time when, because cash was being received then, it's always been handled essentially the same way by Mr. Kalmbach. As to making deposits out of this, in reviewing periodically the interim reports on cash funds and balance on hand in the office, Secretary Stans would often say in this pre-April 7th period, this is too high a balance, we don't need that much, why don't you deposit $100,000 in $3,000 increments among a number of our committees? And I would follow that instruction.
Well, now, when he said this is too much, we don't need this much, what did he think he needed the amount that he was keeping in cash for anyway?
Senator, I'm not sure. He was fully aware that people were drawing on a cash fund. He was fully aware that people did have authority to come to him. I do not know how he made his estimate of what the appropriate amount to have available at any one time was.
Well, then, may I try to reconstruct the testimony? As I understand it from your understanding of the keeper of the money here, that you first got the idea from Kalmbach that cash money was to be kept either in locked boxes or safes. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And I'm sure it came from him now the more I think about it, because it was from him I got the initial instructions on who should be the signatories on a safe deposit box and the procedure to have more than one signature for access that two people would have to go at any one time.
And then after the transfer to the committee to re-elect the president, that is the Finance Committee, you just continued that practice. And then as far as the amounts of cash are concerned that remained in either lockboxes or later safes, that decision was made by Mr. Stans. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I never made to the best of my recollection, any deposit out of these funds without having had instructions from him. And in terms of distributions, it would have been one of the various people we've discussed who had authority, that I recognized their authority to make those decisions.
Did you ever ask Mr. Stans, now Mr. Stans, what do we need to keep on in cash here, X $100,000, and what do we need it for?
No, sir, I never asked him that, except in the, no, I never asked him that kind of a question.
Who had access to the lockboxes?
I think it varied at different times. I think initially probably Mr. Kalmbach and myself were two of the signatories. Probably two of the girls in our office would have been the other two. It would have taken any two at one time. Maybe we only had three at that point. At a later date...
they were where, the lockboxes?
In the bank vault downstairs in the building where we were located. First National Bank of Washington.
Yes.
At a later time, Mr. Francis Rain from California was one of the signatories.
Mr. who?
Mr. Rain, R-A-I-N-E, was a signator on one of the boxes.
Now, did he work for the committee to re-elect the president?
No, sir, he did not.
Who did he work for?
My first meeting with Mr. Rain was, I believe, sometime in February of 1972 when he transmitted to Washington on behalf of Mr. Kalmbach several $100,000 in cash, which were represented to me as being a carryover of 1968 funds. And I think we had initially set up a separate safe deposit box from the one we already had for those funds.
He then was on the lockbox during a period of time when Mr. Kalmbach was your boss. Is that right?
Mr. Stans may have been in place at that point in time, but Mr. Kalmbach was still very active as a fundraiser, and at one point in time in March was actively an officer of the committee as associate chairman.
Well, do you know whether Mr. Raines ever made any withdrawals of cash at any time?
I know he hasn't, because I kept the records, and eventually we consolidated this all in a safe in the office.
I see.
I can verify that no money that ever came under my control was taken out without my knowledge.
And who else had access to the lockboxes?
I think just so that there would be other people around. I think Jane Dannenauer, my secretary, may have been a signator. Evelyn Hyde might have been. Judy Hoback, I think it was purely a function of convenience, somebody who would be there regularly. For instance, if Mr. Kalmbach came in town or I was out, or there would always be somebody in the office who could act as the second signatory.
Any withdrawals of cash from lockboxes were made by you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many were made?
I've forgotten, Senator, precisely when we got a safe, but the procedural handling of cash funds was the same throughout. I kept a cash in and out book recording receipts and distributions, so that I kept an ongoing record wherever it happened to be at that particular time.
Now, this is the record you later gave to Mr. Stans?
In summary form. And in other words, the figures would be aggregated, like Mr. Liddy would be listed 199, not the individual occasions in which money was given to him.
After the money went into the safes, who had access to the safes?
When it was in my office, I had the combination. I think my secretary had it as well. When it was moved into Arden Chambers' office, only Secretary Stans and I had the combination.
Who did you have the most contact with in the committee to re-elect the president? Who did you see most of, have transactions with?
You mean within the political committee in terms of...
Yes.
Probably Rob Odell, because in our internal procedures in approving bills and so forth, he was really the central point for the political committee on where those bills came. His signature was necessary to approve them, and they would come through him and be sent down to myself. I would say he's the principal person I had any regular contact with. I mean, I obviously saw some of these other people almost day to day, but not too often in a business sense.
Did you ever have any contact with Mr. Haldeman?
Not from the time I joined the committee until fairly recently. I've seen him once since I joined the committee.
When was that?
I think it was probably sometime this January, Senator.
And what was the occasion of that meeting?
I had sought him out. At that point, I had rejoined the Finance Committee as a consultant. Since he had gotten me into the campaign, I'd made certain decisions. I wanted to, before I left town, and I was making plans to do so, I wanted to advise him essentially on the basis of the information I had at that time. I totally supported the President of the United States, and that my leaving the campaign was not intended in any way to reflect on that, but that essentially I was unwilling to my first meeting with Mr. Rain was, I believe, sometime in February of 1972, when he transmitted to Washington on behalf of Mr. Kalmbach several $100,000 in cash, which were represented to me as being a carryover of 1968 funds. And I think we had initially set up a separate safe deposit box from the one we already had for those funds.
He then was on the lockbox during a period of time that Mr. Kalmbach was your boss, is that right?
Mr. Stans may have been in place at that point in time, but Mr. Kalmbach was still very active as a fundraiser, and at one point in time in March was actively an officer of the committee as associate chairman.
Well, do you know whether Mr. Raines ever made any withdrawals of cash at any time?
I know he hasn't, because I kept the records, and eventually we consolidated this all in a safe in the office.
I see.
I can verify that no money that ever came under my control was taken out without my knowledge.
And who else had access to the lockboxes?
I think just so that there would be other people around. I think Jane Dannenauer, my secretary, may have been a signator. Evelyn Hyde might have been. Judy Hoback, I think it was purely a function of convenience, somebody who would be there regularly. For instance, if Mr. Kalmbach came in town or I was out, or there would always be somebody in the office who could act as the second signator.
Any withdrawals of cash from lockboxes were made by you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many were made?
I've forgotten, Senator, precisely when we got a safe, but the procedural handling of cash funds was the same throughout. I kept cash in and out book recording receipts and distributions, so that I kept an ongoing record wherever it happened to be at that point.
Now, this is the record you later gave to Mr. Stantz.
In summary form. In other words, the figures would be aggregated, like Mr. Liddy would be listed 199, not the individual occasions in which money was given to him.
After the money went into the safes, who had access to the safes?
When it was in my office, I had the combination. I think my secretary had it as well. When it was moved into Arden Chambers' office, only Secretary Stantz and I had the combination.
Who did you have the most contact with in the committee to re-elect the president? Who did you see most of, have transactions with?
You mean within the political committee in terms of...
Yes.
Probably Rob Odell, because in our internal procedures in approving bills and so forth, he was really the central point for the political committee on where those bills came. His signature was necessary to approve them, and they would come through him and be sent down to myself. I would say he's the principal person I had any regular contact with. I mean, I obviously saw some of these other people almost day to day, but not too often in a business sense.
Did you ever have any contact with Mr. Haldeman?
Not from the time I joined the committee until fairly recently. I've seen him once since I joined the committee.
When was that?
I think it was probably sometime this January, Senator.
And what was the occasion of that meeting?
I had sought him out. At that point, I had rejoined the Finance Committee as a consultant. Since he had gotten me into the campaign, I had made certain decisions. I wanted to, before I left town, and I was making plans to do so, I wanted to advise him essentially on the basis of the information I had at that time. I totally supported the President of the United States, and that my leaving the campaign was not intended in any way to reflect on that, but that essentially I was unwilling to follow the advice of some of his advisors. I just felt that having worked for him on the way out, I just wanted to let him know that what I had done and why I had done it.
What's this about following advice now of someone?
No, I had the feeling, I think the term has been used by some of your staff investigators, that I was considered, quote, off the reservation as far as the White House and campaign committee were concerned because of the actions I had taken. I did not know, for instance, that I knew that Bob Haldeman had regular access to the President. I felt that any information on me quite probably had never gotten there, and that feeling that I knew him well, and that I just wanted to make one effort to put on the record there how I felt about things and why I'd done it.
This occurred in January 1973?
I believe so, Senator. I'm just not sure.
Where did the meeting occur?
In Mr. Haldeman's office.
Did you seek the audience with him?
Yes, sir, I did.
How long did it last?
About 45 minutes.
And would you be a little more specific about what you discussed in the meeting?
It was a very friendly meeting that discussed my future. I think we discussed Mr. Magruder. I think I may have, whether by name, I mentioned how strongly I felt about certain individuals. In terms of what they had done, that I thought it was wrong, and I told them that I thought that positive action should have been taken way back when. I was seeking his counsel a little bit in terms of employment as well, and I told him that I fully understood why, under the umbrella of what had happened in Watergate, that it would be inappropriate for me in any case, regardless of guilt or innocence, to seek a position in government. And he was just very friendly and cooperative, and agreed with that analysis. He said if I ever wanted to come back into government 2 years from now, that he would be glad to, recommend that. It was that kind of a conversation.
And your conversations about the president, I wasn't quite clear about that. You professed faith in him. Is that what you generally said?
Yes, sir. Looking at this whole problem in a time perspective, I felt that a wrong decision had been made in the way what to do about this matter. At that point in time, I think the trial had already been, it looked as if that was the end of the line. That's as far as it went. It looked as if, in a way, aside from the convicted individuals, that essentially, in a way, I was the only big loser out of this thing. And I think it had been interpreted at the White House and by people I consider friends over a long period of time that there was something I had done that was improper. And I think I just wanted to express my side of the story to someone who I felt could make a difference before I left.
Did Mr. Haldeman mention anything at all in that conference about his involvement in Watergate or anybody's involvement in Watergate?
He indicated to me that he had absolutely no involvement in the Watergate. He knew about the Segretti matter and indicated that, when the full story was told, that would be understandable. We did not go into any great depth about this. He admitted to me that he felt that some mistakes had been made in the handling of the Watergate matter.
Was there any mention of the president other than the one you have referred to by yourself?
I'm not sure I even mentioned the president's name. I think it just a feeling being close to the president. I felt that a lot of information, because of the people involved, I was getting blacklisted essentially.
What did he say about Mr. Segretti? Did he mention when he had learned about Segretti?
It was a passing reference in response to my explaining to him why I'd done certain things. He just said, well, the Segretti thing, when it comes out, will be understandable. He probably said to the American people, he said, I personally know the story on that. That will be defensible. He said, the Watergate I don't know about, and he said, I have no knowledge.
Have you had any conversations with Mr. Ehrlichman other than the one you've told about?
No, sir.
Mr. Chapin other than the one you've told us about?
I attempted once after he joined United Airlines to have lunch with him when he was leaving town, but he was unable to arrange that.
Do you know anything at all about the cover-up of Watergate?
Only what I've read in the newspaper, Senator.
You don't know anything of your own personal knowledge?
I would say the only comment I've even heard that would be relevant was a comment by Secretary Stans to me when we were in a legal conference in sometime in, I guess it would be April of this year, where we were asked by the attorneys as we were addressing ourselves to certain civil litigation and certain matters to leave the room for a while. We were chatting informally, and he said, well, and I think this is after it came out in the press, he said, well, it looks as if we know now where the $350,000 went, referring to the subsequent transfers, as I understand it from the news reports, of that money to Mr. LaRue.
Mm-hmm. You've mentioned the advice from Mr. Magruder about perjury, and also the Fifth Amendment advice from Mr. Dean. Did anybody else try to give you any advice on what to say to the grand jury or this committee or anyone else about Watergate?
I don't believe so, Senator. I think that covers it.
There was one mention in one report about the GAO investigation, and they're having difficulty in locating you. Could you tell us about that? Their investigation, in July and August of the funds,
Senator,
committee to re-elect.
With regard to the General Accounting Office, I believe we've responded to every request they have ever made, either in writing, in written interrogatories. I have been traveling at times where it evidently has not been timely from their standpoint, but we've made every effort to be cooperative.
But whenever they've gotten in touch with you, you've tried to cooperate wholly and give them...
Or my attorney, one way, either transference of the information they request by virtue of my attorney or by myself. Yes, sir.
Well, we certainly thank you for your cooperation here. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
If there's no objection, from any committee, we'll stand in recess till 10 o'clock in the morning. And Mr. Sloan, you'll be back in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, that's day 7 of the Watergate hearings. Tomorrow we'll be hearing more from Hugh Sloan about the large amounts of cash he handled and about his continuing discomfort in the wake of Watergate. Sloan's testimony follows the pattern set by the committee so far in allowing people at the lower echelons of the campaign organization to set the scene for the subsequent appearances of their former supervisors. For the first time today, the committee spent the bulk of its time examining campaign finances instead of the events that the money went to pay for.
Today's testimony reveals some difficult problems in controlling the vast amounts of money collected by candidates and then spent on them to get elected. With us tonight is the Director of the Office of Elections in the General Accounting Office, Philip Hughes. Mr. Hughes, are there still loopholes in a law that just barely is in effect? What needs to be done to prevent this kind of thing from happening again?
Well, I think there are a number of ways in which the law could be improved. No law is perfect, and certainly our administration of it hasn't been perfect this first time around. I think it represents a quantum jump forward from the Corrupt Practices Act, but these kinds of things, I think, can be done. First of all, the use of currency, cash, should be minimized and prohibited beyond some reasonable amount, perhaps $100. We see a need to simplify the reporting process as much as possible, consistent with fundamental disclosure objectives. We think there are some virtues in limiting individual contributions by an individual or by close members of a family. We think there are some distinct improvements that can be made in details of the law, the definition of what is a reporting committee, so it would be clearer to everybody, and to include as many committees of reasonable size as would be possible. I think the single greatest improvement in future elections, though, will come about because the official starting date of the new act will have been passed, and we won't have that April 7th tilt point for the political committees and for us to worry about, and worry about what law applies and how much disclosure need take place and so on.
The GAO, and under you, was the first official agency in government to actually do anything about this whole business that later resulted in Watergate. Confronted with new situations that are bound to come up, do you feel that you have the tools available now to enforce this law as it's now written?
Now, we're seeking some additional tools. Of course, the changes that I've suggested are in some way tools for administration as well. We feel the need of subpoena power to get both records and to require people to appear before us as we audit and investigate. We think it would be useful to have at least civil litigative powers, the authority to initiate or to defend in civil cases without the need for going through the Department of Justice.
Sloan referred repeatedly to judgments within the campaign that money that had, as they interpreted, been committed in advance of April 7th could be spent after April 7th. What has been the GAO's ruling on that?
Well, we disagree as to that point. Essentially, we feel that to constitute an expenditure under the terms of the Act, the money should have been paid to somebody rendering a service to the committee. Commitment, it seemed to us, and still seems to us, is not enough, nor is the transferring of money from hand to hand within the committee enough, as, for example, from Sloan's hands to Liddy's hands.
You say you feel that. Has there been any court decision that has upheld you in that?
The most significant action, I think, that has taken place is with respect to the Vesco case. That is still pending. The Department of Justice is prosecuting that case and has charged the committee with a violation of the Act, that is on the contribution side rather than the expenditure side. As far as I know, there are no specific court decisions involving these issues thus far.
So
some will have to be made.
So the legality or otherwise of what Mr. Sloan reported the committee did and he was involved in and Mr. Stans were involved in is not yet established?
Not to my satisfaction, no indeed.
Well, as Mr. Hughes says, the operation of the law so far has been imperfect, to say the very least. The flaws that have been detected have led some critics to suggest that the whole system of private contributions be scrapped and that the government finance campaigns. Well, at the end of today's testimony, Impact's Peter Kay talked further with Committee Vice Chairman Howard Baker about his opposition to such a drastic reform.
Do you feel that there's some sort of federal financing, that there's any more of a case for it now, or do you still feel pretty strongly against it?
No, I still feel very strongly against it. I hope we don't exchange one evil for another. It is clear to me that the electoral laws, the financing aspects of national and federal campaigns have to be overhauled, and have to be overhauled severely. And one of the jurisdictional purposes of this committee is to make appropriate recommendations to the Congress on how we can prevent this sort of thing in the future. I guess today constituted a preview of some of my thoughts in that respect. But I am just as opposed to the federal bureaucracy taking over the electoral process, and that's what would happen if it was federally financed, as I am to a continuation of an imperfect system that permits Watergate.
But before the committee can grapple seriously with that aspect of its brief recommending changes in campaign laws, it's got to cover ground far more dangerous and immediate. With each day of the hearings, the trail inexorably leads closer to the time when the committee will find, or will not find, evidence that implicates President Nixon. And that is what, for the moment, the investigation is really about. And that fact has provoked a growing argument. On the one side are those who claim the public airing of so much hearsay evidence will prejudice the fair trials of those who may still be indicted. And on the other, Senator Ervin, who says telling the truth to the American public is more important than sending a few people to jail. Archibald Cox, the special federal prosecutor, failed yesterday to get the hearings postponed on those grounds. Today he renewed his attack, pleading that the testimony of John Dean and Jeb Stuart Magruder be heard in private. That has yet to be decided. But there's another debate. Some people are arguing that the present process is destroying the ability of Mr. Nixon to govern, and that the committee should therefore come immediately to witnesses who were closest to the president and who could, once and for all, implicate him or clear his name. The committee rejects this argument too, saying that only by careful, systematic accumulation of evidence can the big witnesses be properly examined. A growing number of politicians are getting impatient. Congressman McCluskey demanding that the House think about the process of impeachment. Senator Fulbright calling today on Mr. Nixon and Mr. Agnew to resign. Senator Griffin, the Michigan Republican, demanding that Mr. Nixon tell more himself. The President himself, with his White House reorganization today, seems determined to ride out the storm. It reminds one of the final scenes of one of those Shakespearean histories. The forces hostile to the king are rising on all sides. Messenger after messenger rushes in with bad news. But the decisive battle is still some scenes away, and we don't yet know if this is a tragedy we are witnessing. For Peter Kay, Jim Lehrer, and NPACT, I'm Robert McNeil. Good night.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This coverage is made possible by grants for special events coverage from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation, and has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.